as we look out onto an empty, almost empty Weymouth ground. To those of our viewers from outside of the island looking towards the the eastern side of the ground, out to the Halls Road area, away to the south, where we would be the historic Queen's Park. Way in the south of us, as we are located very much at the northeastern outskirts of the capital Bridgetown here in Barbados. So Don, I don't know if there's anything you may want to add, or maybe we can take a break and resume once the second innings commences.
Yes, well, say, just for our viewers and our listeners to just stay tuned, because I'm getting a feeling that this one, even though it's only 95 to win, could be a cracker-jacker. So we will join you as soon as it's time for the Barbados Police Services reply.
Something that I myself don't learn is so I don't get me wrong. So it is still morning here at the Weymouth ground in Bridgetown, Barbados, but we are about to resume this first match of the Regional Police T20 cricket tournament, the British Virgin Islands versus the Barbados Police Service, and the BVI, as we told you before, 94 for 5 in their full allotment of 20 overs after being invited to bat by the Barbados Police. And now we see the Barbadian opening pair of Daryl Babb and Michael Stewart out in the middle. It looks as if it will be Stewart facing up. It's actually Babb facing up to the first delivery, which is going to come from the southern end of the ground. I see the dreadlocked bowler marking his run. We soon get the name of that bowler for you. Looks, could this have? It's actually Chad Batson to start the bowling from that southern end, the Queen's Park end at dawn, and Police in pursuit of 94, 95 in good conditions. Are you willing to call it this early?
I wouldn't. I'll see how it goes after the first 4 overs.
Well, right arm over the wicket. Looks like off spin. Short delivery coming into his wicket and pulling this one down to deep mid wicket is Babb. He gets off the mark right away. A wayward return which allows the batters to come through for a second run. That was a wild return from that man in the deep, pulling the wicketkeeper some 15-20 meters away from his stumps, and the batters seizing on the opportunity to come back for a second run. Barbados off the mark with a couple off the very first delivery, and Babb is also off the mark. On the front foot, the ball lobs up to the slip. The catch is taken, but off the pad, so I think that was something of a double appeal, Don, because they might have been appealing for a catch, and if anything else, they were also appealing for the leg before wicket.
Yes, indeed. Anyone would do at this stage. They want, no doubt, to make early inroads into this police side, but height was a question for LBW, and indeed, it did not hit the bat.
Down the wicket and driven for 4. Aerial it was, over the head of the fielder in an extra cover, away from the man at mid-off and down to the boundary. Sweet use of the feet though, down just sashaying down the wicket, getting to the pitch and lifting it up towards extra cover for 4.
That's a magnificent shot by young Bob. Exciting shot. People on the ground no doubt had to applaud for that one. Got to the pitch of the ball beautifully and found the gap magnificently into the boundary for 4. Young Darabab, a very bright young prospect here, attacking player by nature, and every chance he gets to score, indeed, that is what he would do, chasing the small total.
Well, some reinforcement in the outfield on the offside. As another short delivery is tugged away down to deep mid-wicket. Let's see how the return will be this time. Much more accurate return. The keeper having to come away from the stumps, but just having to come forward and take it on the full. And Bob gets up to 7. The total is up to 7. And Michael Stewart into the action for the first time.
Yes, a bit short here by Baxton. He's bowling slowish. But way too short, too easy for the batsman to score.
Faster delivery, right on target. Short is equal to it, pushes it back along the onside of the pitch. Bowler fields.
That one, a quicker one, and on target. So he's mixing it up here a bit, Wayne.
2 fielders allowed outside the circle, deep mid-wicket and long on in place. Flighted delivery off the back foot, punch over the head of the cover. That's 4 more runs. This time to Stewart. If you cannot get through, you go over. And I did mention that there was some reinforcement of the outside field, but here was Stewart going onto the back foot, and instead of trying to get through the well-fortified outside field, lifting it over the head of the fielders. Clever play. Boundary bringing up the end of the first over. 11 for no loss.
Yes, indeed. This is smart cricket here. The ball was short enough. He got on the back foot, but if enough time, it was short and slow, to punch it over the infield. The timing was beautiful, and he got what he deserved for it. He got 4 runs for it, and 11 runs off of the first over. This is indeed a good start for the Barbados Police Service.
Well, yes, a young opening pair of Bob and Stewart doing the job. So we wait to see who will be picking up the attack. It looks like the name at the back of the shirt still says Smithy. The number is number 3, so it is Imran Smith to take up the attack from this, the northern end here at Weymouth, which is also the pavilion end, the end from which we are doing our commentary. We're looking over a fairly wideish mid-long on positions, something bordering on cow corner. Don?
Yes, certainly.
As we look out onto the field with the right-hander in strike to the right-arm bowler. I believe it's going to be a right-arm bowler bowling over the wicket. It's always interesting to see where the fielders allowed outside. The deep fielders are posted, and we see he's got in place a long off and a long on, which would suggest to me that his length would have to be quite full. And here is the new over starting and pushed into the covers by Bob. So that one was fairly well pitched up. Let's look at the rest of the field. He has got a slip, a short third man. Well, no, I'm looking at the keeper. Yes, there's the keeper. Slip, a short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, and mid off. That's the 3 men in the onside. There is that long off. There's a long on in place on the onside. There's also a mid wicket and a man on the 45 at short fine leg. So clearly Smith's intention are to bowl full and to bowl off stump and outside. Here he is, coming down the track is Bob, beating it on the full, working away into the onside, picking up a single. He's thinking of coming back for the second. Stewart is going to join him in it, and eventually the second run easily taken. I think there may have been a fumble in the deep down.
Yes, just a little bit, and that allowed them to come for the second run. But as you said, based on this field, with the long on and long off, he's looking to bowl full and straight. As long as he doesn't get a bit too straight, he can be clipped through the onside easily for runs.
Here he is again on the leg stump, ripped away beautifully by Bob for 4. getting it totally wrong. They getting it too straight, as you mentioned, Don, on the legs, and Bob just easing onto the front foot, easily just tapping it over the head of the mid-wicket fielder. All timing and finesse. A lovely boundary to Darrell Bob.
Yes.
He goes up to 13. It's 17 without loss.
Yes, easy shot for Bob. As I said, if he gets too straight, he's going to be in trouble with his field. And he did just that, and he clipped it beautifully off the pads. And from the time he struck that, you knew where it was going. One place and one area only into the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Well, Captain Mickle in discussion with his bowler, and immediately we are going to see some hopefully repair, damage repair being done. The man has been placed now right back on the boundary at mid-wicket, which means that the long-off fielder has had to come inside the circle. So let's see how he goes this time, Smith. And this one again, he's getting it into the onside, Bob. The captain, Mickle, has placed himself at mid-wicket, moves swiftly around to his right, and fields under there is no run. It remains 17 without loss.
After only getting up to 94, you have to get in some early tight overs to put some pressure on the batting side, but so far this has not been happening.
Again, using his feet, coming down the pitch, getting to it on the full, is going to get himself another couple of runs. The man at the cover fielder are doing a bit of a scrambling job, looking to dive and hold the ball in, unable to prevent that second run, as the mid-off fielder has to clean up. So the runs continuing to flow in the Barbados Police reply to that 94 for 5 made by the BVI. And they've got to be careful. This game can get away from them quite quickly if they're not able to stem the tide of runs scored. Here he is, choosing to come around the wicket with this delivery, and he gets the wicket of Bob. Looking for that big drive, the delivery outside the all stump, looking for that big drive, but I think he's kind of lost his shape there, Don. One could see the left leg, opening up the left leg, the delivery pitching outside the all stump, coming off the bottom of the bat. Easy catch taken by the man at cover. Bob comes back for 15. It is 19 for no loss after 2 overs.
Yes, if you realize the shots I played earlier when he went over cover, he got close to the ball, which is very, very important. This time around, he had to reach for the ball, which means he had no control whatsoever. So once he reached so far away from the ball, he tried to play this ball over cover. It struck high in the bat, and an easy catch for the fielder at cover. And Darrell Bob was indeed looking really well. He had threatened to finish this game quite quickly.
Well, 15 of 10 balls with 2 fours, and the catch taken by Captain Mickle out in the cover. So some success for the BVI. That should give them a boost to their confidence, as the new batter is going to be Kadeem Allen, the exciting Kadeem Allen, who is going to be filling the breach that was created with the dismissal of Darrell Bob, joining short at the wicket the BVI. I think again we're going to see these. I think we might be seeing a change of bowler here. We might be witnessing a bowling change. So after just 1 over, Batson has been withdrawn from the attack for 1 over for 11 runs. And another fine local prospect in Jaden Leacock, a right-arm fast medium bowler. Don, I think you're familiar with him. He's now been playing with the Wildy side, a Combermere boy, who would have played for the Barbados under 19s over the last year or so.
Yeah, indeed, we're in a one for the future, and we only hope that he stays fit, he stays committed, and once that happens, I'm sure he's one that's going to go all the way. He has the right temperament. He's keen. He wants to learn, and that's the important thing. And I think he has a very bright future ahead of him. And once all of these things just take the course in terms of fitness and everything else along those lines. Young Kadeem Allen also, who is a very exciting young player who would have played with the Barbados side and was in the senior mix-up only a year ago. Another bright prospect one for the future as well.
He's got a third man. He's got a sweeper at point. Deep point is the sweeper. So those are the two fielders outside the restrictive circle. Right arm over the wicket he is. Bowls his first ball, a short delivery, getting on top of it, steering it down into the gully area is Stewart. Straight to the fielder, no run. A slip in the gully, a cover and a mid-off. There's also a mid-on, a mid-wicket. And then a man in at the short, fine leg position. I think, yes, there is a slip. And I did say a gully, but a very deep gully, more bordering more on a backward point. As Leacock bustles in. Outside the off-stump, dab down into the gully is reaching again. This time the batters go for the single. Stewart being on the front foot and hitting it slightly away to the left of the field. And immediately Aline coming through for the run. A simple single taken. Good communication between the pair.
Certainly, but the gully being a bit deepish. As you said, once you played the shot and you were committed just to go for the run, it became rather easy. So Leacock starting on a good line and a good length as well. He looks pretty good in this first few deliveries.
Interesting field here now, Don. We've got a short third man. We've got a slip. And we've also got that man in that deep gully position. So three fielders in a circle. Two of them saving one on the outside behind the wicket as Aline faces up to his first delivery. Pitched up, whipped away, beats the man at mid-wicket. They're going to be runs here for Aline. At least two. There's a possibility of a third. No, there won't. As the man from long on, from mid-on, sprints around quite quickly and forcing the batsman to remain on two. So off the mark is Aline with his first delivery.
Yes, a nice looking shot there by Aline. But with this field that Leacock have set, I would suggest that he would be looking to bowl on top of off stump, thereabouts. But that one, he strayed the middle leg and he paid the penalty for it.
Again, he's on the legs. Again, Aline is working it out towards mid-wicket. Again, the batters come back for a couple. So those two runs taken. 24 for one, as I mentioned again, not being able to stem the flow of runs. The BVI bowlers so far.
Yeah, a bit too easy here for the Barbados Police side. Scoring rather easily.
Outside the off stump. That is more the line that one would have anticipated given the field. As you mentioned, just looking to bowl that delivery back of the length on or about the off stump, just outside the off stump. And this time Aline allowing it through to the keeper. Leacock makes his way back to the top of his mark. He's got a long off and a long on in place now, so that deep point has been brought in off the boundary. Another short delivery off the outside edge, diving effort by the man at slip. Evades him and down to the boundary for four. So unlucky there for the bowler. A moral victory, but no cigar because 4 more runs off his own bowling.
Yes, indeed, that is the line that he should be bowling based on the field that he have. Just there about off stump. Batsman now into the crease. Not really moving, feet not really moving. And that one, bang on target, send the off stump, middle little height. And the edge found for a slip after making a gallant effort. Could not come up with that catch. So Aline lives to fight another day. But indeed, a good finish to the over by young Leacock.
So 28 for one. After some 3 overs at Barbados Police. Just to remind anyone joining us for the first time that the Barbadians won the toss, invited the BVI to bat and held them to 94 for 5 from their 20 overs. So with a target of 95 in front of them, Barbados off to a very smooth beginning on 28 for 1 after 3, as it's going to be I think it's Imran Smith. The appeal for leg before goes up, and so does the finger of umpire Sheena Welch. Short struck in front and given. So another wicket for the BVI. Mikael Stewart going by the leg before route. Leg before wicket to Imran Smith for 5. It's now 28 for 2.
Yes, indeed, that one pitched up a bit more, and it looked as though young Stewart, playing across a full pitch one, missed it. And as long as you come into your wicket to play that one through the onside, a full pitch ball, and you missed it, you are asking for trouble. And the umpire said, yes, indeed, you're out LBW. And a good-looking start, he looked pretty promising while he was there, has come to an end. And Police losing their second wicket, and no doubt the British Virgin Islands side looking to make more inroads, making the Barbados Police Service fight for every run.
Well, the BVI will need to pick up wickets, and they will need to pick them up quite quickly and regularly too, because the rate that the Barbadians have been able to achieve so far, a rate of 8.84 runs per over so far, leaving them a requirement of just under 4 runs and over. As Mario Albert, the new batsman, the new batter, he's also the wicket keeper for this Police side. Here he is, shuffling across his wicket to his first delivery. Good delivery, just down on that off stump. And Albert just immaculately in place, pushing it defensively back along the wicket. So some 67 more runs required. Nice breezy conditions here at the Weymouth ground as the crowd continues to pour in. This delivery, Albert is beaten outside the off stump by one, a probing delivery. That one, unlike the delivery previously done, which came in with the angle, that ball pitched and held its own. Yeah. I think Mario Albert, somewhat deceived, did well though. He didn't push his bat away from his body, kept it close to the body, the ball going past the outside edge.
Well, yes indeed, now making his way to the proceedings, so feet obviously not moving, blood needs to get flowing, but that was indeed a beautiful delivery.
Albert is driving and caught in the square, that square backward point position. Again, you mentioned it, no movement of the feet, driving away from the body, the ball coming off the outer edge of the bat, traveling in the air, and a good catch taken at backward point. BVI with their tails in the air.
Yes, indeed, I'm telling you, a few quick wickets here, you never know what can happen. That ball wide of the off stump again, looking to go over the top, not getting close to the delivery, outside edge found, and a good catch taken at that gully area. So I'm telling you, the British Virgin Islands side, no doubt, looking to make further inroads. They feel that they're in with a chance. They're celebrating their cocker hoops here. And I'm telling you, this is a funny old game, Wayne, you never know.
Well, Mario Albert, for local knowledge, will tell us one of the main players in this Police side. So it's going to be a blow to their morale to lose him for no score as early as they have. But now it is time for the other batters to come to the party. And who is better to do such than the captain, Darrell Sargent, who has come to the wicket with a total 28 for 3, with Mario Albert just out, caught by stem stay, and very well caught too there at backward point off the bowling of Imran Smith for no score. Smith has taken the third wicket, his third wicket. As a matter of fact, all 3 wickets is 28 for 3.
Yes, indeed, but Darrell Sargent, a steady player, and one for a crisis, no doubt, will try his best to bring it home.
Bowling right arm, medium pace over the wicket, outside the off stump, big drive, and the missing is Sargent. That delivery a bit too wide for the shot. I think he would have been taken in by the length, but cleverly that one quite wide, and a dangerous looking shot for the skipper.
Yes indeed, this is very intelligent bowling here by Imran Smith, who is just in and out, dangling around, and the temptation is there to go for the shots. And so far, he has come up on the winning end of it.
Final delivery. And this one is pitched upon the off stump. This time, a lot more discreet is Sargent, just easing onto the front foot and stroking it to mid off the end of an excellent over from the medium pacer Imran Smith, who has kept the British Virgin Islands in the game. And after some 4 overs, Barbados Police 28 for 3.
Yes, indeed, a beautiful over there by Imran. But no need to panic. There's still two batsmen at the crease who are quite capable in young Kadeem Allen and Captain Sargent. No need to panic. You have lots of overs. You have lots of time to get up to this 95. So suggest you just play every ball on its merit. And I'm sure with a little common sense and some patience, the Barbados Police side should make it over the line.
Well, we hear the strains of the music in the background. Quite festive atmosphere beginning to build here at the Weymouth ground. We are, of course, upstairs, the upper level of the pavilion, but the crowd is continuing to gather on the ground below us. As Leacock's delivery is getting one that is jarring back into the batsman, striking him in a very, very sensitive area, Don. Some call it the unmentionables, some call it the family jewels.
Oh yeah, area that no one likes to be hit.
Have you ever been struck in the area of the family jewels,
I'm
Don?
telling you, it's a lot of pain. It's a lot of pain, I'm telling you.
You know, I used to watch cartoons and see the stars spinning around the heads of the cartoon characters and thought that it was something imagined. I got hit in that area once with a cricket ball and I saw those stars. Those stars are real outside the outside, driving through the outside field, chased by the man from cover. Brilliant diving effort, holds it back just a matter of a couple of meters from the boundary's edge, and Allen comes back for another couple of runs.
Indeed, commitment there by the fielders, chasing it right away down to the boundary's edge, pulling it back for the fielder in pursuit, and that is commitment. That is a sign that believe that they still have a chance at this game.
Well, that belief has been given by the fall of those 3 wickets. 30 for 3 it is. Fielded there by the man at backward point, coming around to his right, so a dot ball.
Yes, indeed, Wayne, and you mentioned earlier the crowd growing, and it's indeed a pleasure to see so many spectators here taking in this regional T20 tournament. As we look at the distance on the other playing field away from us, you can see people up there also at the vantage point trying to see the game.
It's good bowling here by Leacock, drawing the right-handed Allen outside the off stump. Delivery right on that probing along that line of the corridor of uncertainty, as it has been called over time. But Kadeem Allen, a tall young man, good reach, long levers. Stroking this one up to extra cover. He's easing onto the front foot, so the action somewhat tempered here these last few deliveries, as it has been very furious action so far. The Barbados run rate now pulled back to 6.21 runs per over. At one point they were going at almost 9 and over. We are into the 5th over of the innings, still in the power play, and Leacock is bringing Allen onto the front foot, showing some respect to a good delivery. A delayed reaction as they decide to go through for the single, because the ball played on the onside of the pitch, and the mid-on is quite deep, and the mid-wicket is also fairly wide. So it did offer the opportunity, and I think it was Bob who initiated the move to call Allen through for the single. He gets one of the final delivery of the over to move to 11. He'll have the strength when the new over starts. It's 31 for 3.
Yes, indeed. Easy single there, as you said. But this is where patience and some, as I said earlier, some common sense would come into play. No need to panic. There are a lot of balls to get these runs, and Kadeem Allen just taking what is available, not looking to force it, along with Dario Sargent, just looking to back to the end to get these runs off. So it's going to be the golden arm of Imran Smith, who's going to continue, and he'll be bowling to young Kadeem Allen, 31 for 3 in pursuit of 95 for victory. Kadeem Allen retakes his guard and he patiently waits on Imran. He settles, and Imran makes his move. And Allen is hitting that one over mid-off, into the boundary, but it have the legs to go for 4. Yes, indeed it does. Coming quite nicely on the front foot and striking that ball over mid-off into the boundary for 4. That takes him on to 15. And I can tell you that the Barbados Police Service side, in pursuit of 95 for victory, are 35 for 3.
Well, intelligent play again by Kadeem Allen, taking advantage of the field setting because the the offside field generally are all inside the circle. At that time, he actually took a walk down the track and lifted that delivery. Once he made contact, he knew it was a safe shot, and he picked up a boundary.
Smith. Aline is hitting this one beautifully, straight back over the border side. Same result, into the boundary for 4. Just advancing to this delivery, getting close enough to it, through the line of the ball, into the boundary for 4. Another magnificent shot, Ray, and I'm telling you, this young Kadeem Allen is indeed a talent.
Well, a much more convincing stroke on that occasion. The bowler opting to go around the wicket, getting it in the slot, and Allen going as straight could be, just stroking it back over the head of the bowler. And he can be a dangerous player if he gets going. He can make this 95 look very small.
It's true. Smith, Imran, no doubt, with different plans. What will he do now as he's up? And Aline is hitting this one beautifully between cover and extra cover into the boundary for 4. Ball pitch on the off stump. He came forward, head over the ball in the approved fashion and drove beautifully between cover and extra cover into the boundary for 4. And Kadeem Aline has gone from first gear into 5th win.
Well, a much easier assignment on that occasion. Nice juicy full toss outside the off stump and just leaning on the front foot. Once he found the gap on the offside, refused to leave his crease, watched it skate all the way into the boundary at deep cover.
A beautiful shot takes the score on to 43 for 3 after a 14.3 overs. I make it. Aline is on to 23, and his captain on the other side can just admire and just ask him to keep going, as a word of advice is coming to Imran Smith from one of the senior players. Let's see what his reaction would be to those 3 beautiful strokes. And Aline is forward, nice and easy, plays the ball to cover, can't score. This delivery, closer to him, pitching that ball on the middle stump, left not drivable, and he came forward and stroked it nicely to cover.
And to show that he's really thinking, the pace was off that delivery, not being deceived, Ali.
It's true, he looks the part here. As he's up, goes to Aline. Aline is hitting this one, through extra cover, but they have the legs to go for 4. No, it does not. But they're back for the second quite easily. Takes the score on to 45 for 3. And that takes Aline on to 25. Looking to get up to 95 for victory. It seems that it's going to be a cakewalk here today, Wayne.
Well, this is cricket. I unlike you, I still am not willing to call it as such.
As he's up, he bowls to Aline, who was forward again, drives this ball to extra cover, can't score. End of over number 15, 45 for 3 in pursuit of 95 for victory, Wayne.
Yeah, some 14 runs in that over from Smith, whose praises we have been singing his praises, young Smith, but the 6 over are gone for some 14 runs, including those 3 boundaries. So at the power play, at the end of the power play, the Barbados Police 45 for 3, just about halfway to the target. They have been set. Smith 3 for 22, and let's see how the field is going to disperse now that the restrictions have been listed down.
Yeah, it looks as Licor is going to continue, and the adjustments are being made. I see there's a fielder going down to the cover boundary, and there's a man coming down to the boundary here at 3rd man. Long on, and there's a man at gully. There's cover, extra cover. There's mid-wicket short, a man on the 45 in the leg side, and it looks as though I'm seeing a square leg being put in place. He's going down to fine leg, in fact. So they're looking, no doubt, to put some pressure on the batsman. The long on now comes up to mid-on. Still making adjustments. Still quite can't decide what is best for him. So he's a long on, a long off. There's a man on the cover, boundary sweeping. It's man at cover. Fine leg, third man, mid wicket, square leg. He's up. And this one is whipped off the pads down to fine leg. And they're cross for one. And they're back for the second. Let's watch the return. It's a pretty good one. So that is 2 to Sargent, taking the score on to 47 for 3. A bit wayward there, that delivery way.
Well, yes, getting it a bit too straight. I think even the field settings suggest to you that they seem to be even with only 50 runs to defend. I'm more content to save runs. And I think at this stage, their interests will be better served by trying to get some wickets, trying to break this partnership. But of course, I guess they may be also hoping that the batsmen will lose their discipline.
Leacock for the south, and he's slashing this one past the mallet point into the boundary for 4. It was short, wide, and deserved the treatment, and Sargent spiked it past the mallet point down to the boundary for 4, taking him on to 6, and the 50 is up for the Barbados side. 51 for 3, 38 deliveries, 32 minutes, 8 fours. That ball deserved the treatment, no doubt, Wayne.
But yeah, short delivery outside the all-stump, giving his arms was Darrell Bob, and he gleefully latched onto it, hit it hard past the left hand of the man at backward point.
He's up again to bowl to Sargent, and this one is just lifted slightly off of a shortish length, but well played in the end by Dario Sargent, down to third man, and he comes through for an easy single. But when you hit the nail on the head earlier, it's going to be hard to defend 95 runs. I mean, with such good conditions, good pitch and everything. So you'd be better served trying to get some wickets, put them under pressure, and you never know what will happen in the end.
Well, that single brings Allen back on strike.
He's up, he bowls to Allen, and Allen is driving this ball down to extra cover. Sweeper comes off the boundary, he fumbles, and they're back for the easy second run. Into the hands and out again of the fielder coming off the cover boundary, and Kadeem Allen and Dario Sargent, quite observant, realized he had fumbled and came back easily for the second run, taking the score on to 54 for 3. Allen on strike to receive from Leacock, and he steered this one easily down to third man. Easy, sensible batting. No need to panic, no need to rush, no need to take chances. And an easy single down to third man, taking the score on to 55 for 3.
Yes, definitely looking in control now, Kadeem Allen. He's been there for a while. He's faced some 18 deliveries for his 28. So he's the man, I guess, who will want to see the police team home.
Leacock, he's up to Sargent. And Sargent is forward, dropping that one in front of him, easy. Good communication between these two batsmen, and they looked up once and that was it, and they came through for an easy single, and that is the end of the over. I can tell you that Barbados Police Service are cruising at 56 for 3 in pursuit of 95 for victory.
Well, Leacock continuing to probe away around that off-stump line, but again, this pair now seems somewhat settled and are able to get the ball away into the gaps, even if they're not picking up the boundaries. When they're not picking up boundaries, they're actually getting the ball into the gaps and continuing to just course towards this 95 set by the BVI.
And indeed, that's all it takes. You have lots of deliveries to do it in. You have loads of behind to come, but I would suspect that they're going to do it themselves. They don't want to let in anyone. And that's far. And they're batting rather sensibly. And they're playing shots to the deliveries that are there to be played shots to. And the good deliveries, they're trying to get singles off of those deliveries, and that is indeed good, intelligent batting.
Well, it looks as if Smith is going to be relieved at the pavilion end. New bowler marking his position. It looks like Bisoon Shilchand is that bowler.
And he is coming from the northern end, replacing Smith, who had the golden arm, who took those 3 wickets with a good spell of good steady medium pace. And he's being replaced by Bisoon Shilchand. He is bowling to a slip. There's a man at mid-wicket. Square leg, deep mid-wicket short, cover, extra cover, man at point. He's up, he bowls, and Sargent is forward. Back to the bowler, can't score. Score remains on 56 for 3.
Right arm slow, look at a little whirly action. I think a double swing in his action. Peculiar looking action, I must say.
One of you must watch as he's up. He bowls to Sargent. And Sargent's pulling this one high, down to deep mid-wicket. Chance for a catch, no, it drops in front. And they're back for the second run. The young Leacock comes around and feeds pretty cleanly, pretty good return back into the keeper. And 2 runs take us up to 58 for 3. And that takes Dario Sargent on to 10. And Kadeem Allen, who's with him, he is on 28. Bisoon is up and he bowls to Sargent and he punches this one out to extra cover. Out to cover, can't score. Yes, he gets 1, sorry. That's an easy single. The man at cover was a bit deep. And the communication, as I said, between these two is pretty good, and they got an easy one.
Shilchand bowling a bit of seam up, very slow medium, not looking to spin the ball in any way off this very short run.
And Allen is hitting this one easily down to long on. Comes off the boundary, feeds pretty cleanly. Single to Allen, taking him on to 29, and the score has moved on now to 60 for 3. As you said, funny looking action, double swing. Could confuse if you watch the action a lot. One I've not seen action like this for a while. And Sargent is swinging. There's a appeal for LBW, and the umpire says not out.
Well, searching for scraps there, Shilchand and the BVI, because that ball clearly much too high, striking the batsman above the level of the stumps.
Appealing more in hope than anything else. As
Andrew Mason was said, more in hope than conviction.
It is true. And he's looking around, there's a field change. Deep square leg is now in place. As Sargent is up, faces Shan, who's up, and he bowls this one, and it's wide. And signal wide, quite rightfully, by the umpire. 1 more to the score, taking it on to 61 for 3. That one wideish, and no need for Dario Sargent to play. Bisoon is up, and he bowls to Sargent, who is swinging this one. Oh my Lord! That's a magnificent catch. That is a magnificent catch. That one was swung down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. A magnificent catch by Long Leacock, running around from wideish mid-wicket and sticking the hand in the air. Somehow the ball stuck in his hands, and that one looks as though it has been.
It would be very interesting, Don, if we can see a replay of that action. The catch was taken right on the edge of the boundary. I think there is some discussion in the middle trying to determine whether the fielder was able to stay in the field of play, having grabbed a miraculous catch. I must tell you, that ball was hit hard. It was screaming away over the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Leacock moving around to his right, stuck a right hand up, got the ball in his hands, but there was some indecision as to whether he was able to stay inside the rope, and I think that justice has prevailed, Don. I think justice has prevailed. I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to preempt the umpires, but from my position, Leacock did step out of the boundary, and that should have been deemed 6 runs, as it has rightfully been given.
Yes, indeed, you hit the nail straight on the head, Wayne. It was a magnificent catch, but unfortunately, from our vantage point, mine as well, it looked as though he was inside and the boundary for sure. So magnificent shot, good catch by the end. What happened is really what should have happened, and it's the 6 runs to Dario Sargent, taking him on to 17 and taking the score on to 67 for 3.
Take nothing away, Don. That was a magnificent, incredible grab by young Leacock there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. I think that should come with a warning, Don. Do not try this at home.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. That was indeed a magnificent catch. But unfortunately, for the field inside, that was 6 runs.
So those 6 runs would have taken the total up to 63, 67 in fact. It is 4-3, and Sargent going up to 17, and Aline on strike now. He's on 29.
He's facing up to, there's a new bowler.
It appears to be, yes it is. Captain Mickle it seems. No.
Jamal Mickle.
Is it? I think I detected Mickle as a man with dreadlocks though. Is this Mickle bowling? Is this Mickle bowling? I'm sure that I saw him with dreadlocks earlier, but probably my eyes deceiving me. And I'm wearing my glasses, Don, so
oh yeah.
I couldn't.
Looking quite smart him as well. He's up, he bowls to Aline, and Aline is playing this one off it looks like came off the toe of the bat into the pad or the shoe, back to the bowler. An appeal for LBW, and the umpire said not out.
Left arm over the wicket is Mickle. Bowling again a bit of seam up. Not detecting any attempt to really wrap the fingers around the ball and impart any spin. Here he is.
And Aline easily plays this one out to mid-wicket. Can't score. That one, not a lot of pace on it. He seems to be just taking the ball and wrapping his fingers around it, and just causing this ball to grip a bit in the pitch. It looked like to me after that delivery. He's up. He bowls to Aline. Aline is swinging that one down the leg side, makes no contact, through to the keeper. Wide signal by the umpire, and quite rightfully so. Taking the score on a 68 for 3.
Got away with that somewhat though, Mickle. Short delivery outside the leg stump, and when Aline going in pursuit, not able to get any bat on it. I think that could easily have been put away behind square for 4.
He's up. Ali waits and passes the umpire. He bowls to Aline, and Aline punches this one between cover and extra cover down to the extra cover boundary for a single. Easy single. Sweeper comes off the boundary. Fields quite easily and cleanly. Taking the score on to 70 for 3, taking Sargent on to 17, and Kadeem Aline on to 30, I make it 69 in pursuit of 95 for victory, Wayne.
Well, going along quite easily. Decent spell from Mickle so far.
He's up, he bowls to Sargent, who's swinging this one down behind square. Easy shot for 4 runs. Short ball, deserved the treatment. Long hop, as they were saying, Bajan parlance, and deserved the treatment. Struck into the boundary for 4. They take him on to 21.
Well, he got away with it early in the over to Aline, but this time he doesn't get away with Sargent. A similar delivery, short, outside the leg stump, and the Sargent just getting into his wicket. And once he makes good contact, getting it into that gap between the man at fine leg and the deep backward square, taking candy from a baby. Four
Easy,
easy
as they
runs.
say. Easy. Easy sailing. As he waits to receive from Mickle. And he's on the back foot, punches his one out to the man that Gully can't score. The ball making a little height on him. He played it well in the end. He got on top of the bounce.
Yeah, cramp for
And
Rome on that
but he got on
occasion.
top of the bounce and just played it down to the man that point can't score. Score remains on 73. Sergeant looking pretty well here. No doubt looking to bring it home for the local police side. Barbados Police Service now renamed. As he's up, he bows to Sergeant. And Sergeant is punching this one down to cover. Will it have the legs to go for 4? Yes, indeed it is. That one short outside the off stump. He got on the back foot and banged it between the man at point and cover. And the sweeper on the boundary was a bit straightish. Could not get it wrong in time. And that ball went for 4, taking the score on to 77 for 3. And Barbados Police Service cruising in pursuit of 95 for victory.
That ball traveled really quickly over ground as Sergeant just stepping back onto the back foot found that gap. I thought the sweeper fielder coming from more of an extra cover. Position, and for a moment he thought he was in for a chance, but the pace of that ball over ground was quite deceptive, I thought.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It ran quite quickly into the boundary. 77 for 3. It's going to be to continue from the southern end. Bishu Shilchan. He's going to be bowling to Kadeem Aline, who is on 29 from 21 deliveries. Pretty patient knock. Some good-looking shots in this knock as well. And some intelligent batting and running between the wickets, between Dario Sargent and Kadeem Aline. Aline is forward, easily hitting this ball down to the man at the long off boundary. He comes in, 1, and that is all there'll be. A good return back to the bowler. And 50 comes up for these two. 50 partnership, 35 deliveries, 29 minutes, 6 fours and 1 6. And indeed a good partnership between these two. Captain Dario Sargent and young Kadeem Aline, 78 for 3 in pursuit of 95 for victory, set by the British Virgin Islands police side. And box is run. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. So a 50 partnership between Kadeem Aline and Dario Sargent. Pretty good batting between these two. Easy looking to bring it home for the team. And Dario is swinging and swinging for the hills. Head up high in the air. Made no contact with that one. And he's bowled all over the shot. Looking to hit that one somewhere in the area of where we are at our national stadium, which is about 5 miles away from here. Made no contact. And the ball into the stumps, and he has gone for 25, leaving Bishun, no doubt, happy to collect that wicket. Head in the air, looking to hit that one for mighty 6.
Well, these two players were the ones involved in that controversial decision in the previous over from Bisoon Silchand, but he got his man this time, not waiting for any decisions to be made, canning it into the stumps, into that off stump of the inside edge. And he would believe that justice has been served as far as he's concerned. 78 for 4, maybe a bit too little, too late for the BVI police, but of course, in this game of cricket, it's never a done deal. The game is never over until that virtual proverbial fat lady sings.
It is true, Wade. As we see, Larry Bob, who's also incidentally the coach of this police side, making his way to do battle. He is one who is known as a power hitter, Wade. And if he gets going, he could be finishing the next 2 overs.
Well, there's only 17 more runs to be had. There are still some 4 balls left in this, the 10th over of the innings, reaching up to the halfway stage as far as the overs are concerned, because we've been way past that in relation to the target. And Larry Bob, now emerging to be one of the senior players in the Barbados police side, has done yeoman service for police over the years. One recalls him coming into the police setup in local domestic cricket some years ago as a young, budding, and effervescent all-rounder, actually. Bowls a fairly stiff medium pace also, and would have made his way into the Barbados setup, particularly for the abbreviated versions of the game. There's a famous story, a legendary story surrounding him and the Barbados team in the Caribbean T20, in relation to a man called Jonathan Fu. We wouldn't discuss that here, but as I said, the story, those who know the story know exactly what I am talking about.
It is true, but we leave that for another conversation with, as Bob waits to receive from Bishun. And to this one, he's driving easily off the mark. First delivery, down to the man at long off, comes around and field cleanly. No misfield, but no second run resulting. So Bob is off the mark. Indeed, being a talented player throughout the years, as you said, has been a stalwart here at the police club, and a very talented player. Aline is hitting this one down behind point. He runs one. He's going to come back easily for the second. The watch the return, taking the score up to 81 for 4. And I've seen him play some innings, Wayne. I mean, some superb innings in terms of power and striking the ball tremendously. And indeed, a stalwart here at the police club. And he's hitting that one, Aline, easily off the pass. The fielder, the long arm boundary, comes up, feeds cleanly, and one more to the total, taking it on to 82 for 4. Young Kadeem Aline on to 33.
Well, one has to be impressed with the approach here by Kadeem Aline. Very ebullient player normally, but one likes to see the way that he has tempered his approach, taken up the responsibility of seeing the team through to the end, and it's been very much a controlled knock from him. Quite impressive.
The Bishun is up, balls to Bob, and Bob is forward, plays in the offside, can't score. I think the word I will use here for Kadeem Aline today, you know, he's batted in a mature fashion. As you said, one who normally loves to hit the ball, hit it far and hard, but playing the situation, knowing that there's plenty time and deliveries to get across the line, this is indeed a fantastic knock from him.
Well, we have come to the 10th over of the police innings. Still some 13 runs are required. I think we can do a quick recap for you, where we've seen the policemen losing the wickets of Daryl Babb for 15, Michael Stewart for 5, Mario Albert for no score, Darius Sargent, the last batsman, dismissed for 25. Some 15 balls he would have faced for those 25 runs. And the quick bowling figures for the BVI: Chad Batson, none for 11, Imran Smith, 3 for 22, Jaden Leacock, none for 23, Bishun Silchan, 1 for 16, and Jamal Mickey, no wicket for 10 runs. So they're getting themselves back in line to resume the game. And again, we see the busy highway Halls Road on the eastern end of the ground. Don, I think you're a man from these parts.
Oh, certainly. This is my area, Wayne. I played as a boy all around here, Queen's Park, Harrison College Ground, just to our right. And this total area, as a youngster, would have been playing all kinds of games around here. So I'm indeed at home, Wayne.
But yes, you would have been very familiar with the Weymouth B, which is now no longer a playing facility, but we're going to get back to that. As the bowler Batson takes it over from the southern end, whipped off the toes by Aline out behind square, and the batsman just jog a couple of runs. I'm sure a bit more urgency. There could have easily have been a third run there, but so much such is the control of the police team in this pursuit that this pair just prepared to just easily jog back for a couple of runs. So Aline up to 36, it is 84 for 4. The right arm off spinner is holding a delivery, lifted up over its extra cover fielder, perfectly picking that gap between deep cover and long off, and this is getting easier and easier as it goes along. Aline just nonchalantly just dropping onto the front foot and choosing exactly where he wanted to hit that one.
Indeed, a magnificent shot, Wayne. Getting close to it, up and over, splitting the gaps, me perfectly as though he was batted with a ruler. And the measurements were precise and into the boundary for 4.
88 for 4 is the total. 7 runs required. Another short delivery. Hitting this one, a massive shot by Kadeem Aline. Again, Don, you are a man from these parts, and when you're hitting in the east at Weymouth, you're almost hitting into a fan. The fan was turned off on that occasion. That ball was hit hard, far, and mightily for a massive 6.
A magnificent shot that, and he did it effortlessly, as you said, against the wind, and that one simply just went in the area where I would have done some fishing as a little boy to fill my aquarium. That was indeed a powerful shot, massive shot, Wayne, all the way for a massive 6. And Kadeem Aline is definitely playing a beautiful innings here today.
Only the second 6 of the innings is into the 40s. So there's 1 run required, and Aline on 46 has an opportunity to pick up a half century. Let's see how it goes. He's going to get it. 1 bounce into the boundary at extra cover. He wins the match. He achieves his 50. Everything done right. Magnificent win by the Barbados Police, easily reaching 98 for 4 in just 10 overs and 4 balls to win with as many as 9 overs and 2 balls remaining. A comprehensive dismissal of the British Virgin Islands for the defending champions, Barbados Police, in the opening encounter of the regional Police T20 competition. A perfect start for the record of the Barbados Police, Don. I think it was always on the cards once they were only given 95 to win.
Indeed, Wayne, that was a magnificent shot by young Kadeem Aline to bring up his 50, but also a magnificent innings play there today. This young man from the beginning, when he got to the crease, he showed that he was in control. He showed that he was a player for the future. He showed why he was involved in the senior side. He showed why he came to the right to the junior side. And he showed you why he should be one to be reckoned with. A magnificent innings. Also, 50 partnership between himself and Captain Dario Sargent that easily brought it home for the Barbados Police Service. Indeed, common sense, lots of intelligence, patience, and magnificent stroke play. Wayne, that is what did it here for Police chasing Amiga 95.
Well, Kadeem Aline, 50 not out of 29 deliveries. He struck 6 fours and 1 6 and struck at a rate of 172.4 runs per 100 balls. You couldn't ask for better. He's a guest player with the police side, and of course, well, as the pro, I guess he's the man who has to bring it home, and he has done his job very, very well here. Well, it's now afternoon, but of course this game got going at 10 o'clock this morning, and it has all been Barbados from the beginning until the end. And Kadeem Aline having with him his player coach Larry Babb for company at the end. Babb just on 1 after some 2 deliveries, and the Barbados Police 98 for 4. Watson 1.4 overs for 27 runs. Smith 3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 wickets for 22. Leacock 3 overs for 23. Shilchan 1 wicket for 16 from 2 overs. And Mickle 1 over for 10 runs. There were just 2 extras, 2 wides sent down by the BVI, and for the police team. Bob got 15, Stewart 5, Albert no score, Sergeant 25, and they were the other batsmen to come in to play. So the
well, indeed, the Barbados Police Service will be happy to get out the blocks with their first game, and indeed, Their manager, Michael Blackman, you can see them in the huddle, no doubt happy that they've gone the first game out of the way, and not only out of the way, but with a victory as they get together with the other players to indeed to celebrate what has been a comprehensive victory here for them in this first game in the regional Police T20 tournament win. And no indeed, indeed win, they are sending a message to the other teams, be careful, look out, we are coming, we are home, and we could be dangerous.
Well, the police are in the area. So we've got, this is just the first half of a double header scheduled for today's opening day of this, the 2023 tournament. The tournament was last held down in 2019 in St. Lucia when Barbados won the championship for the second time. It was then, and as you mentioned, they've already sent a warning. The intent is to defend that title, and anybody coming for that title, they have their work cut out. So the second game, I think Trinidad and Tobago versus St. Vincent will be the teams involved in that. But once again, quite comfortable victory by the Barbados Police over the BVI. And if there was to be a choice of a man of the match, Don, who would be your man of the match?
That's an easy one, man. No doubt. Young Kadeem Holder. That was Kadeem Allen, sorry. That was a magnificent knock.
So we will be back with further coverage when the second match commences. In the meantime, stay tuned and wait for our call.
Number 22.
Huh?
St. Vincent batting.
And welcome back for the action in relation to the second match in the regional Police T20 competition. It's Trinidad and Tobago up against St. Vincent. The weather in Bridgetown is absolutely brilliant, and the stage is set for the second match, the first contested this morning, a match that saw Barbados winning comfortably against the British Virgin Islands. Their contribution was 94 for 4, and in just 10 overs and 4 balls, the Barbados side won very comfortably indeed. They are in fact the defending champions. So it's a lovely, lovely day, as I said. Boy, we need some rain, don't we? But in terms of the action, it's been interesting in that Barbados won very comfortably, and now Trinidad and Tobago up against St. Vincent. Now, to talk a bit about the competition, it started back in 2010. It was a situation where St. Vincent and the Grenadines, along with Grenada, would have been the only teams participating. But that changed about 6-7 years later, and in the end it was a situation where the policemen from around the region got involved. So the action is just about to start. Trinidad and Tobago, they are looking to, of course, do very well against St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who would have won the competition for the first 3 years. When it started back in 2010, they won in 2011 as well, and then 2012. My fellow commentator is someone who knows this ground well. Didn't make a lot of runs there. Hello, Donovan. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon to all of our listeners. We're about to get underway with the second game, the Trinidad and Tobago side versus the team from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And it looks like it's going to be, we'll get that for you shortly. Our first ball is forward, one that bounced a bit. Took the glove and went to the slip position.
It's actually Justin Joseph who's starting the attack.
Justin Joseph, who is bowling from the northern end. He's bowling to a slip. There's a short third man, square leg. I'm on that point. There's cover, extra cover. He's up. He bowls the batsman, and he's hitting this one firmly down to deep mid wicket, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So the first boundary of the day, taking Brown on to 4, and the team from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're on their way.
They are indeed too short, really, and pulled away for 4 by Brown. So Joseph will want to try and get his length right here.
Bowling. This one is short. There's appeal for LBW. They go up in the numbers. The umpire has a good look at it, and he says, no, indeed, not out. Everyone really going up in unison there, but from our vantage point, it seems as though it might be just be sliding down the leg side, and the umpire said, not out.
And might have been a bit high as well.
Yes, certainly. So Brown lives to fight another day after surviving what was a vicious appeal for lack of better.
Like that one, vicious appeal. Haven't heard that. Never heard that before.
And the bowls to
But
Brown,
like
and he's hitting that one out to the cover area. Quite sharp single. The bowler, the fielder coming around quite nicely, feeling cleanly, but still could not prevent the run. 5 without loss. And we are in indeed the first over. This clash, Trinidad and Tobago versus St. Vincent.
So Desron Maloney, a name that is known to us, opening the batting with Brown. He gets his first ball.
This delivery is turned down behind square for an easy single, pitch between middle and leg stump. And Brown coming into the wicket and turning this one neatly and getting a single, keeping the rotation of the strike going quite easily. This one he's looking to cut. Does not make good contact. Out to point. End of the over. After the first over, Andrew, pretty decent one. 6 without loss.
Yeah, I suppose you can say that. 6 runs just coming, having conceded a boundary very early in the over. And in fact, finished rather strongly. So the news again. St. Vincent and the Grenadines are batting in blue. Of course, red is synonymous with Trinidad and Tobago. Hummingbird country. Lovely background here. We are just in the outskirts of the nation's capital, Barbados, in the Martindales area, an area that you know very well. I understand you would have done a great deal of campaigning in the area. So this would be what? St. Michael?
South Central.
St. Michael's
South Central. But I prefer to say I've done a lot of activities in terms of playing, a lot of games, a lot,
Spartan Club
Spartan short here,
right?
and this Weymouth B.
It's a very interesting area because, I'd say, if you get into your car and that luxury car that you have, you go to Bank Hall, the home of champions, the Empire Club, which you can almost walk from here to Empire Club. So it's an area that's got a couple of well-known clubs.
This is Damian Brown from the south. He's bowling to Maloney, who hits this one out to the man at mid-on. Trying to tug it into the mid-wicket area. But only got as far as mid-on. One more to the total, taking it on to 7 without loss. Yes, indeed, Andrew, an area that I'm familiar with, and just in the back where the Coca-Cola factory used to be, where I had lots of drinks back in the day.
Oh, you did?
Free of cost. And this one, he tries to steer this one between gully and the slip. Makes no contact. Taken cleanly by the keeper. Appeal for stumping. Square leg umpire says, oh no, not out. So Brown has gone back to his mark. Damian Brown, who's operating from the southern end. He is bowling to his namesake Brown. He's up, bowls to Brown, and Brown is hitting this one high and hard, over cover, into the boundary for 4. A good-looking shot, just reaching for it, making contact, enough contact to clear the infield and into the boundary for 4, Andrew.
Yeah, he used his feet well there, got very close to the ball, and hit it with a lot of power. And this very fast outfield at Weymouth, it went for 4 comfortably.
Looks to be a very attacking player as he settles and waits on Damian Brown, who's up past his umpire. He bowls him and he's hitting this one again. A full toss, high and hard, over the long off area and into the boundary, and the signal is 6. A beautiful shot there, and it seems as though he's gone from first gear into third, looking to go straight into 5th, Andrew.
Yeah, it was a wonderful shot. He used his feet again, got to the pitch, and hit it high over, as you said, that wide long off area. So it's been a pretty expensive over so far, but still 2 balls to bowl in the over.
Brown, no doubt, thinking about the next delivery he's going to bowl. He's up past the umpire, and he bowls this one, is back, and he steers it to the man at gully. He sails well, and the fumble in the meantime, they were through for an easy single, which takes the score to 18 without loss. 18 without loss, and we are only in the 2nd over. So good going so far, let's see Vincent's side. This Maloney faces Brown, and he punches this one hard, but straight to the man at point, and he goes on 18, it looks like, but he struck that one beautifully, powerfully, but straight to the fielder, who said thank you, an early Christmas gift, and he's out for only 2. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines, after being asked to bat by Trinidad and Tobago, are 18 for 1.
Yeah, it was a short ball. Simmons at point took the catch quite comfortably. It was hit powerfully to him, and it really was a good catch in the end. An over in which 12 runs came, but a wicket as well. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 18 for 1 at the end of over number 2. But Salvin Brown has got 16 from just 9 balls, and no doubt will want to continue. Early up, as we welcome all of our viewers across the world, the first match was actually at 10 o'clock this morning in brilliant weather in Bridgetown, and the Barbados team, the Barbados Police Service, of course it used to be the police force before, but we're now Republic, so hence a couple of changes. So the QC is now the KC. So I suppose we can say Ralph Thorne, good friend of ours who's watching the stream, Ralph Thorne, KC. So the action continues. It's Justin Joseph starting the second over as we start over number 3.
And he's bowling to Dylan Douglas, who's the new batsman. And that one he played forward quite easily and quietly, can't score. And he faces, and he is forward again. He hits this one to cover, can't score pretty firmly, but straight to the fielder, and no chance of a run. Joseph operating from the northern end. He's up, bowls, and this one is swung quite nicely down to deep mid-wicket. A little bounce by the fielder, getting his body behind it. As they tell you, make sure you get some part of your body behind it. That's stopping it from going into the boundary for 4. In the meantime, they were back for 2, taking the score on to 20 for 1. So it is Joseph to continue. He's bowling to Brown. This delivery, he's swinging, makes no contact down the leg side, and the umpire signals wide, and quite rightfully so. Good take by the keeper. Good, nice, tidy take, who looks pretty competent so far. Joseph is up, bowls to Brown. And Brown is steering this one down to the Malakali. Quick single, doesn't feel cleanly, easy single in the end. Just eye contact, and just taking off as they play the ball, eye contact. So a good understanding between this pair so far. 22 for 1, Andrew.
Yeah, it's a good over so far, but we want to finish strong. He's got 2 balls left in his second over, just conceding 10. So let's see what happens with this delivery. Brown's first over cost over, but he got the wicket. We're into over number 3 now. And as I said, Justin Joseph, JJ has done pretty well in terms of his control. Here we go.
Douglas to receive, and he's clipping this one off the pads. The vacant short mid-wicket, easy single. Keeper does the job in retrieving. Easy single to take the score onto 23 for 1. And indeed, Douglas is off the mark.
Yeah. Last ball of the third over.
And this one, he's trying to cut this one. Makes no contact. True to the keeper. So not a bad over at all. At the end of the third over, being asked to bat by the Trinidad and Tobago side, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are 23 for 1.
Yeah, it's been a good over. His first over cost 6, his second 5. So Justin Joseph's left arm will be happy with that.
Yes, most certainly a good start for him. And the Trinidadian side looking rather busy in the field. They're moving around quite nicely and quickly, getting in position. As we see, it's going to be Brown to continue. He's bowling from the southern end, and he'll be bowling to Dylan Douglas, who is on 1. Just that solitary single to get off the mark. As he's up, he bowls to Douglas, and he's punching this one past the man up point into the boundary for 4. A magnificent shot, short and wide, deserved the treatment. It was on the back foot in a flash and punched this one, crossed a quick outfield into the boundary for 4 to take the score on to 27 for 1 and his personal score on to 5.
Yeah, played that very well indeed.
Some adjustments to the field. Looks as though we're going to have fielder going down to the cover boundary and the shooter position. And there's a man at point, cover, extra cover. There's a man at slip, long on, mid off. There's a man behind square on the 45. As we wait, as Brown is ready, he's up, passes the umpire, bowls to Douglas, and Douglas is easily just back in defense and put this one back down to the bowler, can't score. Score remains on 27 for 1. Lovely conditions here in terms of the atmosphere, a lovely sunshine, good pitch, quick outfield. This is something that's tailor-made for a magnificent game. As he's up, bowls to Douglas. Douglas is forward in defense. Good ball, bang on target, can't score. As they say, keeping it inside, bowling wicket to wicket, and he can only defend back to the bowler. Brown settles, passes in by, he's up, he bowls to Douglas, and Douglas is forward, open the face of the bat, easy single, down to the man at point, a quick one, very run in the end. Good communication between these two batsmen, Andrew. They're just looking at each other, taking off for the run, and in the end, it was an easy one because the communication was great.
It was indeed. Very positive about the running, and then they got the single comfortably.
It is Brown to Brown, namesake. And Brown is slashing this one beautifully for a single because the field has made that adjustment, and the man on the cover boundary, a very good return back to the keeper and keeping it down to just 1 to take the score on to 29 for 1 and brings Douglas back into strike. He receives from Brown. And he's looking to turn this one in the outside. His appeal for LBW. The umpire says no. That one, straight delivery. He looking to turn it through mid-wicket, but I suspect height might have been the reason why the umpire said not out. And at the end of the over, 29 for 1, St. Vincent and the Grenadines have to be an answer to take first knock.
Yeah, 29 for 1, as you said. Now 4 of us gone. And Brown looks pretty settled. He's on 20 from 15 balls. And no doubt looking to Douglas to do his thing. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines side with some pretty good batting. Martin to come next, followed by Hooper, Walker, John, Bibby, Lewis, Thomas, and Stapleton will tell you he can bat as well. But earlier this morning, it was Barbados winning big indeed. They're the defending champions.
Quite easily winning as well. I think we have a change of bowling. I try to make him out.
It's Francois, the new bowler.
Francois, he's up, and he bowls to Brown, who punches this one in the offside. The fielder from short term now comes around, and he fields in the end. And that's an easy single. Take the score on to 30 for 1. Francois coming from the northern end. First ball on target somewhat and resulting only in 1 run. He's up, passes the umpire. He bowls to Douglas, who's swinging this one mighty, high, far, and that has gone in the transport board yard onto the buses, and that's a massive 6, and he picked that one up easily. A short ball, and he swung it superbly into the boundary for 6.
Yeah, that one was hit with tremendous power. It was a bad ball. It was a very hit, really, and it went miles over square leg, as you said. Maybe it's on its way to Broad Street in Bridgetown. Very powerfully struck indeed.
Douglas looks to be one who's rather attacking and shows no mercy to any ball that is a bad delivery, really. And so far, he has looked good for his time here at the pitch. The good ones, he's looking to get a single off of them, and the bad ones, for sure, he's making sure that he dispatched them, and he's doing it with the ultimate ease. There's a chat in the middle with the senior players from the Trinidad and Tobago side, while the Vincentians have met mid-pitch to discuss further strategy. And no doubt the Trinidadians would be saying, you know what, let's keep it tight. No more freebies, so to speak. And within the last 2 overs or so, it was indeed some good batting by the St. Vincent and the Grenadines side. We're still awaiting the recovery or the ball to get back into play. If you might not be able to see it, but where we are, there's a transport bus service, and that ball has gone way over that complex and somewhere in the area of our city, our capital, Bridgetown. So indeed, you might have to get a replacement ball, and indeed, there is a replacement ball. So it's going to be Francois with ideas, probably looking for some kind of revenge. Obviously not pleased about being struck for that mighty 6. Have ideas and plans to get revenge to get this wicket of Douglas. He's up past the umpire, he bowls to Douglas, and Douglas is swinging again. Mighty shot, 6 more. He said, I can do it once, I can do it twice. And that's indeed a fine shot from Douglas, taking the score on to 42 for 1. Douglas on to 21, on to 18, and William Brown is on 21. Indeed, a very good shot, Andrew.
It was, in fact, 3 balls bowled and already 13 runs coming from the over. Brown has been very audacious with his batting, and at 42 for 1, the rate is pretty healthy at the moment. It's 9.3, but look at that on Miles. Beautifully played indeed, for 6 runs.
Indeed, a fine shot. And Francois, ball in hand, tossing from hand to hand. Waiting until Douglas is ready. He's up. Passes the umpire. He bowls to Douglas. And Douglas is swinging this one beautifully, powerfully, through the wicket area, all along the ground for 4. A magnificent shot again. And Douglas seems to be in fine nick and also seems to be in a hurry. Again, beautiful shot, short delivery, on the back foot in a flash, and hitting it powerfully through the wicket for 4.
Yeah, this is poor bowling by Francois. He's all over the place, really, and already conceding 17 from just 4 balls, and possibly more to come here.
Well, let's wait and see. As Douglas, who looks really, really well, in fine nick, he waits as Francois bowls to him, and he's forward anticlimatically and playing that one easily down to the man at gully, and an easy single. So not only power, Andrew, but indeed common sense and some finesse is stylishly playing that one for a single. Francois, he bowls to Brown this time, and Brown is looking to cut this one, makes no contact, through to the keeper. End of the over, 47 for 1 after 5 overs. And I'm telling you, St. Vincent and the Grenadines are simply cruising at this stage. With Douglas, he's on 23 and striking some mighty blows. And with him, Brown, he's on 21.
As I say, good afternoon once again, Don, and to all our viewers wherever you are in the entire world. But we just saw a whirlwind going down there, some whirlwind hitting by this young man, Dylan Douglas, really taking it to the left arm of the dot spinner, Aaron Francois. So after some 5 overs, it's 47 for 1. The bowler at the southern end is going to be Damian Brown continuing, I assume. Damian Brown to continue, right arm. Off spin, it looks like. Quick delivery, steered away behind point for a single. So the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team done off to a very bright beginning, despite losing the wicket of Desron Maloney.
Yes, certainly they look pretty well here at this stage.
Another bowling, flash trajectory, steered away behind point, chase for the man from deep cover. and the batters will collect a couple of runs. Desron Maloney, Don, and it sounds a familiar name. I think he would have played at the first class level for the Leeward Islands, I think sometime back in 2019.
It's true. It's true.
As an opening batter.
It's true. You have some experience at the first class level. Was indeed not a decent player of sort.
Wrong the wicket taker, Ben bowling a very flat, fast delivery through the fielder at extra cover and into the boundary. A bad miss by that man in there at extra cover. Innocent, just forward push from the batter, and the ball went right under him as he attempted to get into the double barrel position and yielding another boundary.
Yes, the Cardinals in there, man. Taking his eyes off the ball, looking to see where the batsmen were, if they were going to run, taking his eyes off the ball, Cardinals in, and the ball went right through him for 4 runs. Easy gift.
We actually missed the 50 there, Don, 50 off 33 balls, as this delivery is another quick delivery from Brown, so not making any intentions whatsoever of spinning and flighting the deliveries, pushing it rather far, very fast, flat, in trajectory and pace, and that one kicked a bit off the pitch. The batsman who is Salvin Brown, so thanks Brown at Weymouth.
Looking Brown.
Because Brown bowling to Brown.
It's true.
As this delivery striking on the pad, vociferous appeal for leg before a wicket, but the ball definitely angling down that leg side. Another quick delivery.
As you said before, man, the 50 partnership, a pretty good one between these two.
In comes Brown hitting this one straight. This is going to be a chance for a boundary. Is the man for long on going to get around? He gets around and does brilliantly.
That's indeed excellent work. And the fielder from mid-on going across to back him up. So once he pulled it back from going for 4, then he easily picked it up, got the return in, and saved his side a couple of runs. Good work in the outfield for the Trinidad and Tobago side.
So 56 for 1 at the end of the power play. St. Vincent and the Grenadines invited to bat by Trinidad and Tobago. So the game, I would like to say, in the favor of the batting side at this point in time.
Well, they're certainly looking good, man. Some lusty blows from young Dylan Douglas, who, as you said, and we saw earlier, looks really, really good, seems to be in fine nick, and well supported by Brown. Both of them looking really well. They're batting well together. The understanding is good. They're running well between the wickets. They're picking up their singles and cashing in on any delivery that's a bad one.
Well, Brown has struck some 3 4s and a 6 in his 29 of 22 balls. Douglas scoring 24 off just 11 balls as we await for the scorecard to scrub itself. Another change in bowling here at the pavilion end. Mike Riley, who is going to bowl, well, some seam, some pace it appears, judging by the length of his run, but he replaces Aaron Francois, who had an expensive first over that went for 18 runs. So Riley is going to be bowling to Dylan Douglas, so captain opting to go for pace here against Douglas. Seemed very much at home against the left-arm spin of Francois.
Indeed, a good tactic, because you said he looked rather comfortable against the slow bowling.
And once again, we note that the restrictions come off at the end of the power play. So we're going to see some fielders dispersed into the deep. We've got a third man going back on the boundary. There's a cover sweeper on the boundary. There's now a man coming in at long off. The mid-on is not quite back on the boundary, but he's some 2/3 of the way to the boundary. And there's also a deep mid-wicket. So those are the 5 boundary riders, if you may call them that. Along with them, there's a man in at point. There's an extra cover. There is a short, straightish mid-wicket, and then a man on the short, fine leg position. Man on the 45. First ball from Riley is on the off stump. The batsman getting that left pad down the wicket and pushing it quite tentatively, I thought. That getting that front leg very straight. One notices the batsman Douglas. So already showing his intentions once again. Looks to play a cute ramp shot and gets it down to fine leg for a boundary. Delivery angling with the right arm bowler over the wicket, and Douglas coming into his wicket and just going with the flow, helping this one around a lap kind of flick down to the vacant fine leg position. Very, very clever player, Don.
Indeed, a very good shot using the pace of the bowler to make it a lot easier for him. Just came inside, and once he got any bat on that at all, based on the pace of the bowler, it would have gone for 4, and it did just that. Good looking shot by Douglas.
Douglas up to 28. It's 60 for 1 in over number 7. It's a very good delivery. That's a Yorker. Not much more than Douglas could do with that than to dig it out, keep it out off his wicket. So a good comeback on that occasion by Riley.
Yeah, it shows that the bowler is thinking as well. He maybe saw him move a little early and he decided, you know what, if you want to play this shot again, play it for the block hole. Indeed, a very good delivery, a good comeback for sure.
Riley, long arms, long limbs altogether. Here he is again. There's a short delivery, looking, bowled him! Middle stump rocked out of the ground, stump scattered all over the place. It was a shortish delivery. I think he may have considered himself a bit unlucky. The ball didn't bounce as it would have been anticipated, but very early into that pull shot, the ball skidding onto the middle stump, and the dangerous looking Mike Dylan Douglas has to head back to the pavilion after only 15 deliveries, 3 fours, 2 sixes and 28. St. Vincent in the Grenadines, 6 overs and 4 balls in are 60 for 2. As we see the replay done.
Yes, indeed. This one, you can see, just kept a little lowish, but he was through the shot early. But I just want to say this is indeed good captaincy. You know, to change the pace up from the slower stuff where you seem very comfortable. If you're going to try your shots, you're going to try it against the quicker bowlers, you're going to do it, but you're going to do it by taking a chance. And you see that it paid off for the Trinidad and Tobago
Well,
side.
seeing the replay there, it appears to me, though, that the ball might not necessarily be as short
as he thought.
As the batsman to support the shot that was played. I think that may have been a choice, a case of wrong choice of shot to the delivery, which was, as I said, not quite as short as the batsman seemed to have anticipated. Here we see it again, and the ball did keep low. It did keep low, hitting the top of the stumps, and the batsman ending up on the ground with the momentum taking him onto the floor, sitting on the floor, and the result at the end of it is that Douglas is gone. It's 60 for 2 after those 6 overs and 4 balls, and the new man into the bat is Shamon Hooper, as there seems to be some. I think there might be the bail might have been the issue, because as I look here on the monitor, you see one of the bills has not been recovered, it appears, and one wonders how far that bail could have gone down, because the players are sweeping the area behind.
They've gone as far as back to looking for it,
trying to find that bail. So that has caused a bit of a halt in the play, but it will be interesting to see where that bail is eventually found. Seems to have flown some distance. The area surrounding the wicket has already been thoroughly scoured.
Yeah, it seems as though Riley too will be working up a fair set of pace. So there's no doubt once that delivery clip the bills, it can go a far ways back. So hopefully there will be a replacement one shortly, until someone in the outfield eventually might come across that one. But you won't want to lose too much play looking for it, but it's somewhere in the area for sure. But sometimes these things happen, and the bills can go
early today,
far way back.
Well, earlier today we saw the Barbados team defeating the team from the British Virgin Islands. Team from the British Virgin Islands looks a bit short staff, a bit I would say quite inexperienced, if I can use that word, and very much in need as that delivery once again. I was hoping that we could see where
Where the bail has
where the
gone.
bail to come to, but
Oh, yeah.
even then, we were not able to, as the umpires and the players, still.
It seems as though they found it.
The guy found the bill and it was right down, way down that fine leg, Don.
Yeah.
So that
I
bill
told you that.
really
I
flew.
told you that, yeah. Sometimes they go a fair distance.
That bill really,
Oh,
really
yeah.
flew. I think and that is because the ball actually struck the bill.
The bill,
I
yeah.
did say it struck the top of the stump, but I think the ball might have just actually taken that bill and sent it flying all the way down, almost to the boundary.
You
That
can
fine
see
leg,
it
as
here
we look
again.
at
You
it
can
once
see it
again.
again.
The batsman going for the pull shot, and well, the bills just disappear really, and we would be looking in the background to see where that ball would, to see that projectile heading down towards fine leg. But all is well. The bill has eventually been recovered and back in place, and now it will be time for Shaman Hooper, the new batter, to take strike. Left-handed batsman he is, as Riley opting to go around the wicket again. The ball goes through the fielder, so the Trinidadian fielders have been a bit inept here, especially with these balls traveling along the ground. I know that the outfield is going to be bone hard and dry, but there's certain basics though that must be obeyed.
Oh yeah.
And there, that was another sloppy bit of work.
Get something behind it, as they tell you. If it passes your hands, it should hit some part of your body. But that's easy runs just being given away in the outfield so far by the Trinidad and Tobago side.
Right-handed Salvin Brown back on strike. Gets a pitch to delivery, drives, gets it off the inner half of the bat, the ball running down to the deep mid-wicket position. They're going to come back for the second run on the misfield by the man coming in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. So good seizing on that opportunity and picking up an extra run. The pair, Salvin Brown and Shaman Hooper, brings us to the end of over number 7. St. Vincent and the Grenadines invited to bat, 63 for 2.
Good aggressive running, and coaches would always tell their batters, run the first one hard. And this is just what the St. Vincent and the Grenadines side did. Ran the first one hard and got the second one on the misfield.
So you hear the strains of the DJ in the background as the atmosphere here at Weymouth, a quite lively one, and spectators enjoying not only the cricket but the lovely conditions, the nice breeze coming across. There is some cloud around which is helping to keep the rays of the direct sunlight away, and so that has helped to make the conditions a bit more bearable. But a lovely day for cricket as we look and see, and the players under the trees on the western side of the ground, a nice shaded area, and that's where the two dugouts are located. In the meantime, we await the start of the 8th over, and once again I think we are looking at a change of bowling. Darius Besai, looks like a left arm medium pacer, is going to be taking up the attack down from that southern end. His field, a third man. There is a deep point, an extra cover and a long off, a long on, a mid-wicket, well, a short mid-on, mid-wicket, a man at square leg as he starts. And this one pushed away into the offside, quick single taken. Good cricket, deliberately taking the weight off the shot, dropping it into the offside and calling for the single immediately was Hooper, and had a good response from Brown.
And that's good intelligent batting. I know you're not getting the 4s and the 6s, the 1s and 2s, as they say, pay the rent as well. But that's good intelligent batting by these two so far.
Well, we've had some 6 4s and 3 6s in the inning so far. Now the left arm medium pacer is going to go around the wicket to the right-handed Brown. Here he is. as this delivery pushed away into the offside. They're going to come back for the second run because the fielder from point couldn't intercept, and the man coming off the sweeper boundary at deep cover a bit tardy in moving off, and eventually the easy second run given. So the Trinidadians again continue to be quite generous, gifting a couple of runs. Pitched up looking for a big drive. He threw everything at that dawn. He threw the bath water, the kitchen itself. He went after that delivery.
You, if he had made contact with that one, that would have gone somewhere in the river bus stand. I'm telling you. He wound up for that one. He wanted to burst the ball, as they would say, but in the end made no contact
Ladies
whatsoever.
and gentlemen, the river bus terminal is about a mile away. That Don described, so you can imagine the kind of power that went into that attempted lofted drive. Eventually it ended up as a dot. Just another ball. As the keeper.
And as you look to your right, you can see some visitors also in the crowd, Wayne, are no doubt enjoying today's activities.
Interesting note, the keeper has decided that he's going to stand up to the right arm medium pace of the beside, having seen that shot, the previous delivery. Yes, a short delivery slapped away deep into the offside. We're going to come back for a second run. The man at the sweeper is quite square. He gets around to his left, gets a generous bounce, and keeps it inside the boundary, allowing for the second run. So we can see that this Salvin Brown, lots of power, doesn't hold anything back when he goes for his shots. There he is again, hits this one high. Who wants this? A man is coming around from long on. The ball is going to actually fall into no man's land. That one went into orbit for a while. Again, a heave-ho from Brown, not making the kind of contact that he would have wanted. The ball went high into the onside, but no fielder in the vicinity to make a catch of it. He gets a couple of runs.
Yes, that one went high, really, really high. The closest person would have been the short mid wicket. Obviously, would not have enough time to get back to take that catch.
Brown this time is looking to work this one into the onside. Gets a delivery, a straight delivery, one angling in towards the leg stump and just going with the flow, dropping it away into the mid-wicket area. Picks up a single of the final delivery to move to 38. St. Vincent and the Grenadines after 871 for 2.
Man, I have to keep saying it, but this is good, intelligent batting. Excellent running between this pair. Aided and abetted, obviously, by the Trinidadians in the field, but nevertheless, this is good, aggressive running, putting pressure on the fielders, and this is what good, aggressive running is all about.
Well, good going along at a very brisk rate. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines around a rate of almost 9 runs per over, as the field is going to change around for the new over. It seems as if Riley will be the one to continue. Lovely evening as we look out again onto the monitor down. A really beautiful Sunday evening here in Barbados. Riley is slammed out towards long on. The fielder at long on is wide. He has no chance. That's 4.
A magnificent shot that, getting close to that ball, going through the line of it and hitting it with power. And even though the man on the boundary was just a few steps away from that delivery, he had no chance at all of getting it. Magnificent shot, powerful shot, and looks to be in fine touch here.
Here he is again.
Brown watch here again.
That right foot, getting that left leg out of the way,
and swinging
to the delivery. As I said, not holding anything back, Salvin Brown.
A beautiful shot.
Swing and a miss this time. Outside the off stump. Brown calls for the ball. Riley, I'm sorry, calls for the ball from the keeper. So missing that one and not getting the radar quite right was Salvin Brown, but he was looking to heave-ho that one somewhere over the onside of the field. This one is into the leg stump, hit in the air, down to the fielder at mid-wicket. The catch is taken. Brown goes, Riley strikes for makes his second strike, and a good breakthrough for the Trinidadians because Salvin Brown really looked dangerous.
Indeed, it was a powerful shot. He timed it beautifully, but unfortunately, he went straight to the fielder, who gleefully accepted because, as you said, this partnership was looking dangerous. And for the time he took that catch, the Trinidadians were really celebrating because they knew, as you see it here, on the monitor, clipped it beautifully, well timed. But unfortunately, straight to the
if
fielder.
anything was wrong with the shot, and I suspect that he got it on the full, but the ball was dipping on him, and I think it came off the bottom of the bat rather than the meat where he would have been hoping for, and that allowed for the ball not to carry over the rope. And it was a simple catch in that it went straight to the fielder, but it did take some catching. He had to judge it well, and so he did. And Brown goes caught by Besai there at deep mid-wicket, off Riley for 42, 31 balls, 4 fours and 1 6, a strike rate of 135.4. He can come back to the dugout satisfied that he has done his part, he has done his job.
Indeed, a good breakthrough for the Trinidad and Tobago side.
So the pacey Mike Riley would have been buoyed with that success. Now bowling to the new batter, Rickford Walker is the man, a big man, well over 6 feet, broad shoulders, batting right-handed. Not a lot of change in the field for the new batter. Gets a short delivery, gets off the back foot, punches it into the offside, straight to the man there, extra cover, who's going to ground as he brings it under control. There is no run. Riley 2 wickets for 11 runs. This is 4 overs gone in his second over. Helped to pull things back somewhat for his side. Here he is again. Another short delivery, slammed into the onside. The man at short mid-wicket got a hand to it, but I'm sure he's sorry now. That one was set with mighty power by this big man, Walker, and the ball ricocheting off the hand of the fielder into the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Another powerhouse coming out of St. Vincent.
Indeed, he struck that one with immense power. But looking at his shoulders, you can see here.
The fielder actually got a generous bounce, got his right hand to it. But as I said, if I was feeling there, I would hope that I didn't get a hand to that.
Immense power. No chance of stopping that at all.
Riley again, good delivery, worked into the onside. They're going to go for one. The ball traveling quickly down to the man coming off the boundary at long on. So good comeback there by Riley, going for the Yorker and keeping the batsman quiet, even if they got a single. Of the final delivery of the 9th over, 80 for 3 St. Vincent and the Grenadines, still going along at a very good clip.
Indeed, Wayne, they're looking really well. They're stroking the ball beautifully. They're picking up their ones, they're picking up their twos. And as I said, as long as the bad ball comes along, they're looking to score, and they're doing that rather well. And my projection would tell me that if they continue in this vein, they should get somewhere in the region of 160, 170 runs, which would indeed be a pretty good total here. But so far, St. Vincent and the Grenadines looking well here at Weymouth.
Well, very much in reach at the particular rate, Don. Going, as I mentioned to you, almost 9 runs and over, which is heading in the area of 180. So definitely a total of 160 would be anything less than 160 from this stage would be quite disappointing from St. Vincent and the Grenadines' perspective. As Besai to continue from that southern end. Goes the delivery right up into the block hole, floated up the bats when coming down on it, and a nice clip of the wrist. Looks rather the wristy player, Walker, Rickford Walker, gets a single. Brings Shamwan Hooper back on strike. Hooper on 2, 81 for 3. The bowler choosing to go around the wicket to the left-handed batter, Short third man. Almost 2 men in that short third man position. A very fine 1-1 at angle of 45 as this delivery is full. Getting it low on the bat, hitting it powerfully down the ground and into the boundary for 4.
Good looking shot.
It almost appeared as if he hadn't timed it as well as he might have, but a lot of bottom hand in that shot and hitting it, scooting along the ground. The man from along off, nothing with a chance.
Quick outfield, as you would know, and that ball just raced across it, and he had no chance of cutting it off whatsoever.
85 for 3. This one pushed into the offside, a little hesitation coming from Walker, because Hooper, well aware that that ball was pushed away to the right of the cover fielder, but I think from his position Walker wasn't sure. He hesitated, but eventually easy single taken.
Yeah, but the running between these players so far has
Here
been,
we see that shot from
yeah.
earlier, hit down the ground powerfully, got it on the full low on the bat.
Quick outfield, no chance of cutting it off whatsoever.
Looking for that Yorker again. It struck on the pad. Ball ricochets into the onside. So another dot goes on to the monitor. Our scores as we see dawn. As would be this time of the evening, we're going to see a lot of that activity. A lot of activity in the skies as the aircraft are coming into the Grant Lee Adams International Airport. Walker advancing, gets this one clipped away behind the square on the onside. They're going to come back for the second run as the fielder has to come in and around to his right. Big outfield here at Weymouth, one of the bigger grounds on the island, Don. You would have played at a number of grounds across the island.
For sure, but this one is rather big. So you can get your twos, even your trees, certain parts of this boundary once you're prepared to run well between the wickets.
Played away, seems to like these wristy shots. Walker works this one wristily up to mid-wicket, the ball traveling quickly up to the fielder. He can't score. He remains on 8. Hooper is on 7. 88 for 3 after 10 overs. Halfway, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team should be quite satisfied with the achievement so far.
Yeah, so far they're batting well as a unit. They're taking the opportunities to score. They're looking to score off of every delivery, which is important. But looking to score does not necessarily mean you're going to hit 4s and 6s every ball. But they're picking up their 1s, they're picking up their 2s, and in a really good position because they're batting well.
Well, at the halfway stage where the refreshment bearer has been brought onto the field as we look out onto the sea, some rather tourist-looking assembly between the dugouts on that western side of the ground. So the ground, this tournament, of course, a regional tournament, but with an international flavor when we look out as the players gather around for much needed refreshments. I think I can run through what has happened here so far in this match number 2 of today's doubleheader.
So before you do that, Wayne, I'll just make my exit, and I welcome the evergreen Andrew Mason to come to the microphone while I take a short break.
Well, thank you, Don, and we'll be hearing you again rather shortly. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines invited to bat by the Trinidad and Tobago side, who won the toss, obviously. And so far, the batsmen dismissed have been Salvin Brown, who was caught by Besai of Riley for 42. Desmond Maloney has been caught by Kieran Simmons of Brown for 2. Dylan Douglas was bowled by Mike Riley for 28. Shaman Hooper is not out on 7. Rickford Walker is not out on 8. Still to bat, Darius Martin, Jida John, Romario Bibby, Othney Lewis, Andrew Thomas, and Benitil Stapleton. One extra yielded by the Trinidadians, and that was 1 wide, making up for that total of 88 for 3 in 10 overs. Those 10 overs have been bowled by Justin Joseph. 2 overs, no maiden, 11 runs. Damian Brown, 3 overs, no maiden, 27 runs, 1 wicket. Aaron Francois, 1 over for 18 runs. Mike Riley, 2 overs, 2 wickets, 16 runs. And Darius Besai, also 16 runs from 2 overs, but he has not yet taken a wicket. As we welcome, as Don had mentioned, Andrew Mason comes back to the commentary position, and he's going to take over the ball by ball.
Well, thank you. Well, of course, in terms of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the rate at the moment is 8.80. With wickets in hand, they will want to push on from here now. They've got certainly some good batsmen to come, and this is now the happy hour. As the action continues, it's Riley. It's not Conde Riley by any stretch of the imagination. Of course, Conde Riley being the president of the Barbados Cricket Association and a Cricket West Indies director. I suppose he's somewhere around here. Good crowd is gathered. You saw him earlier?
No, I saw him as a schoolboy when he used to be. He thought himself something of a fast bowler. So he would have come off of a run about this length or a bit longer.
Oh, really?
And I'm not so sure that the ball got out the pitch at the same rate as this Riley is able to do it.
Well, it's going to be Riley, as you said. Just a single. They'll get a second. This is good aggressive running by St. Vincent here. Took off for the first run positively and came back for the second. So let me remind you that earlier today, as we welcome all of our viewers across the world, in fact, I'm very aware of the number of people locked on. That's good bowling. Good bowling. Had some pace on it from round the wicket. And Trinidad and Tobago will want to try to pull the rate on the 7 here. We're into over number 11. Remind you that earlier Barbados played against the British Virgin Islands and won comfortably. They are the defending champions. Chance for a run out here. Some indecision. They'll get an overthrow, but the fielder at backward point made good ground to his right and made a good stop. But then indecision, not only in terms of the fielder throwing to which end, but the batsman as well. But they got a run in the end, and in fact got an extra.
Well, I think there was a double bluff there where the fielder himself was a bit confused with the indecision on the part of the batters. He eventually took a shot at the stumps at the striker's end, missed, and with no one and the backing up on the infield, should only have been 1 run turned into a couple.
This is good tight bowling by Riley from round the wicket. That was honed in just to the line of the off stump, just a single. Just trying to avoid the boundaries here. It's been a pretty positive start by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We say hello to them. I know they are locked on. Hello to the Prime Minister. They call him the 5-star general. Of course, we're talking about
Comrade.
Comrade. When he comes in on my show. Yeah, a wonderful man. He's been leader of that country for quite a long time. That's going down the leg side, but it's been a good over from Riley. It's been tight, and we'll want to finish strongly here. Just one to come in his 3rd over.
Yeah, Riley has looked the part. Nice high action. You can see that wrist coming into to his final output.
And finishes very strongly, taking a lot of pace out of that delivery. And that's a very common thing in T20 cricket. So 11 gone. St. Vincent and the Grenadines batting their 95 for 3.
Well, only 7 runs out of that over from Riley, keeping the flag flying for the Trinidad and Tobago side. 95 for 3, you said. Riley 3 overs for 22 runs with the 2 wickets. And the Trinidadians would really want to stop the profligacy of runs in this second half, and there were the Vincentians were able to really get away with some rather free scoring within the first 10 overs, and the Trinidadians will be hoping that they can pull the rate of scoring back and keep this keep this eventual total into something of manageable proportions.
Yep, you're right about that. Just a history of this competition would have started back in 2010, but the interesting thing about the competition at that time, just two teams participated in the competition, St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada, and of course it expanded. And Antigua and Barbuda, British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, host Barbados. St. Lucia were originally scheduled to come, but given the violence in the north of the island, their policemen are kept at home. So some adjustments had to be made to the schedule, but we're on our way for the regional Police T20 competition, and what a start by the defending champions. Did very, very well indeed, the Barbados Police Service. We got a new bowler.
Interesting read when you look at this Andrew. Grenada has been in the finals some 8 times.
Right.
I've only won the tournament once.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting situation for them. So it's Sammy who's coming to the attack now. Ronaldo Sammy. So he's got big names. Of course, Ronaldo, the footballer, and Sammy, Darren Sammy, the pride and joy of St. Lucia. Medium pacer. But this has been a good little period for Trinidad and Tobago in the last 2 overs, pulling things back. In fact, that rate has fallen now way below 9.
Well, so it has been. But I think that charge was led by Riley.
So good change of pace again. Good variety. That was just outside the off stump, stayed away for 1. But they need to get a move on here now, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They've got wickets in hand. Brown made 42 from just 31 balls, and Douglas got 28 from 15. Hooper's got 16 from 12. His rate is not the best, strike rate.
I think part of the reason that the Trinidadians have been able to pull it back is that they have been able to keep Hooper on strike.
What if he's related to Carl? Hooper?
Well, nothing about nothing that meets the eye to suggest.
Meant that his father might have, or mother would have had to travel far and wide. Chance for a run out. Had it hit, I think the batsman would have been dismissed. Good fielding from the long on area, good aggressive running, but they're back for the second.
Risky second run, I thought. But again, the Trinidadians have not really impressed either in their movement in the field. The ground fielding has been rather ordinary.
So the 100 has come up, and now they'll get bonus runs here. Poor fielding by the fielder inside the circle at backward square. Going past them and down to that backward square that's gone for 4. Welcome boundary by St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Runs in the dark almost because Walker went for the big hit. I don't think that is exactly where he intended for that ball to travel. The fielder at short friendly had a chance to stop it, and it got through him. And 4 runs added to the St. Vincent total. So as I mentioned, with Walker back on strike, you've already seen the improvement in the rate of scoring.
Well, that's a delivery that will just get 2, but really ought to have had more than that. Was juicy, like those juicy Julie mangoes in St. Vincent. Kedrick Williams is actually viewing the stream. He says, say hello to all of the people in Barbados. Hello, Keswick. Nice to know that you're locked on. So, 12 gone. St. Vincent and the Grenadines inserted their 106 for 3.
Well, as we said, down for the final phase of the innings, still in the middle overs somewhat, and generally you can expect for a bit of a slowdown in the action during these middle overs as we head down to the, the final part of the innings, which referred to many times as the death. But this pair have been just chugging along. Walker himself looks as if he really wants to get on with it, and has been going along at a much better rate than Hooper. But Hooper, I guess he's playing his part, keeping his end together, and as they head down to the death. So we've got the introduction of a seventh bowler, Brian Yearwood, new bowler, Andrew.
Yep, indeed. So he's going to come into the attack now. Brian Yearwood. Yearwood, of course, is a pretty popular Barbados surname, coming from the north, St. Lucie.
Wouldn't be surprised.
But he starts well. And beautiful piece of bowling, gets a wicket as well with his first ball. And he's running around Weymouth as if he just won gold at the Olympics. Beautifully bowled. Wonderful piece of stumping as well. And St. Vincent losing the fourth wicket now.
Very, very good work by the keeper, as that first delivery just angling across Hooper, and he got onto the front foot, lost his balance somewhat. He wasn't actually advancing down the track, lost his balance somewhat, and good slick work behind the wicket accounted for the dismissal, as that one pitching away from the left-handed batsman, and the keeper whipping those bails off quite quickly. That's his. Jug Mahan is the keeper, and he has already shown some good glove work up to this stage, but given the opportunity to make a stumping, again, we see it, Hooper onto the front foot, just overbalancing somewhat.
Yes.
And Jug Mahan making no mistake. He had the bails off in a flash, and Hooper having to come back to the pavilion. It's 106 now for 4.
And good work, of course, by our cameraman, Mr. Blendman, who has been in this job for quite a long time, before Errol Barrow was Prime Minister of Barbados, so you're going back several years.
That was 1966, Andrew. You sure your maths is correct? I've known this young man for a long time.
But not so long.
But
Yeah.
he may have been around in 1966. I'm not so sure he had a camera
Yep.
then.
Talking about people's ages, it's the birthday of Ezra Stewart, I'm told, the
my good
noted
friend.
journalist from Barbados. Hello, Ezra, wherever you are.
My very good friend, related to you, Andrew?
He is. We call him Cousin Ezra. He missed All Fools Day by day. Hello, Ezra, wherever you are. So the action continues at Weymouth and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We want to really thank the organizing committee as well of the tournament, hosted by Barbados. Station Sergeant Trevor Griffith, he's got Waveney Winnerton with him, Michael Blackman, Sergeant Blackman, I saw him earlier. And Angela Holloway is very much a part of that. Ian Shepherd, Leslie Prescott is very much here as one of the members of the organizing committee, has been with the police team for quite a long time, scores, and has been scoring as long as Onatha was Prime Minister.
Definitely.
That would have been back in 1994. Late, great Owen Seymour Arthur.
I think she may have been around in the time of Erskine Sandyford.
Yeah, well, he took over in Barbados when Errol Barrow died back in 1985. That's flat batted.
Down for a single. So that wicket would have done the Trinidadian cause much good, because nothing better to keep the rate of scoring down than to pick up wickets along the way.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, at one stage the rate was pretty close to 10. It's now down to 8.64 with some 3 balls left in over number 13. And again, good bowling. Almost playing on. Yearwood has come into the attack, and he's not only gotten a wicket, but he's been stingy. Very stingy indeed. We want to finish strongly here as well. He's got 2 left in his first over. Looks very gentle. Doesn't seem as if he does a lot with the ball like my good friend Maurice Foster in Jamaica. Of course, Maurice Foster, they told me, used to bowl through a pipe, but always used to get Peter Lashley caught it slip. But when you talk to Maurice Foster about getting rid of Peter Lashley, the former West Indies cricketer, he would always laugh. And that's hit in the air. Catch should be taken. It is. Oh! But in the end, trying to steady his nerves, getting his balance right, had to throw the ball. He would have gone over the rope. And now what they're going to sing? They're actually going to signal 6 here.
Well, yes, because what happened is that the fielder actually took the catch, but he would have stepped back over the line before he was able to get rid of the ball, as we may probably get a chance to see it here. Walker getting a full toss, hitting it high out towards the corner area. The fielder going back, getting under the ball. He did manage to collect it and throw it back into the field of play.
Yes.
By the time he had done that, he had already crossed the rope.
Yep. Well, he's got to watch some of those who will parry it, go over the boundary, jump back on and take the catch. Maybe those skills are not with him so far. Anyhow, last ball of the over. And he gets another wicket. Well bowled indeed by Yearwood. Beautifully bowled indeed. The leg stump is flattened. So after being struck for 6 by Walker, Yearwood responds. Over number 13 comes to an end. St. Vincent won 15 for 5.
Well, continuing to lose wickets here in the middle. No holding back as Walker going for that big swing. The swinging well across the line of the delivery, having his off stump knocked back. And another good strike here by Yearwood. Quite telling over. It has been, despite conceding the 6, he's gotten rid of the 2 set batsmen, importantly. And now the St. Vincent and the Grenadines looking to go into the death with 2 new batsmen at the wicket.
Yeah, you're right about that, really. Let's have a look at that again. He played across it and lost his leg stump in spectacular fashion. So that's good bowling indeed by Brian Yearwood.
Actually, the ball was there for the shot to be hit down the ground. I think what he did is that he heaved across the line rather than holding his shape and hitting that ball back in the general area where the previous ball had gone.
So, another wicket to Trinidad and Tobago. Let me remind you that they won the toss and decided to insert St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So hello to you, Keswick. You must give us a hail up again. He says, thanks, bro. And you can say hello. I'm here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I'm checking your stream. Nice to have you, Keswick Williams.
As a matter of fact, the withdrawal of the St. Lucia team robbed us of an opportunity of seeing Johnson Charles, who was set to be a part of that unit.
He was set to be part of that unit indeed. Well, there's a chance for a catch here. Who will take this? Oh, in the end, no one does. Unbelievable. The fielder at the cover area came in, looked at it, and decided, no, I wouldn't even try. And he must be embarrassed by that. It should be an easy catch.
I don't know if you're old enough to remember, Andrew, but years ago when I was a kid, there used to be a show on television called Foul-Ups, Bleeps, and Blunders.
Yes.
That situation there just reminded me of such. The ball was in the air.
Let's have a look at that.
Goes for the big hit.
Well, let's look at the fielder.
The fielder cover comes in.
What does he do?
He's got his eyes on the ball all the way. He sets to take
Oh,
the
my
catch,
golly.
and then he discovers that he's nowhere near it.
Oh, my
I
golly.
can't imagine how he could have misjudged that ball coming down. I mean, there are no lights here.
No.
There are lights, but it is natural sunlight that we're playing in here.
Really should have easily taken that catch at cover.
I think that is, I can only describe that as ridiculous. That shot should at least have gotten his hands to that ball, even if he didn't take the catch afterwards. But it almost seemed to have avoided making contact. Here it is again, Andrew. Ball on the off stump, goes for the big hit off the leading edge, in the air. The fielder coming in from cover. He does everything correct, and then at the last minute, he takes his eyes off.
Yeah, it's actually Andre Francois, the man who should have taken the catch with number 9 on his back.
Don't know if he might have been put off by the fielder coming from backward of point, but the man might have been in his vision, but nowhere near him physically.
Suppose that St. Vincent field with still a lot of overs to come. They're losing wickets at bad times. They will want, of course, I would think here now, just to work it around a bit and then have that late charge in the last 3 or 4 overs. You wouldn't want to be 125 for 7 or 8. Trinidad and Tobago, they've pulled us back quite nicely here.
It's another awkward bouncing delivery. We've seen that throughout the day from bowlers bowling from that southern end of the ground. There has been a bit of inconsistency in bounce, from occasional inconsistency of bounce from the pavilion end.
No, that's hit very powerfully indeed. Over wide, long on, a very good shot and a welcome boundary by St. Vincent as well. Things were beginning to get a bit tight. To finish over number 14 with a flourish. Very well played indeed. That's gone for 6. 14 gone, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 125 for 5.
Well, slammed by Bennington Stapleton high over the fence at the southern end of the ground, going onto the compound of Harrison College, which is one of the adjacent grounds, and the ball going well over the boundary, beautifully struck. He timed that one well, got his hands through it, and the ball sailing with the wind behind it also, and that would have helped to push it even further. So good finish to the over by Stapleton and St. Vincent and the Grenadines to move into the 120s now, 125 for 5.
So 6 to come now, and that rate is just under 9. They will want, I would think, to try to push and get perhaps in the region of 160 here. That's St. Vincent and the Grenadines. On the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping to pull things back and maybe restrict them to maybe 150. We just have to wait and see. But it's going to be Yearwood to continue. His first over cost 9, but he got 2 wickets as well, importantly for Trinidad and Tobago. And that's very well struck indeed. That's very well struck indeed. That's gone for 6. Over wicket. Very well played indeed by Lewis. He's got a cricket name. And hit with lots of power. And that's gone for 6.
Again,
over the wicket.
Going with the breeze on that occasion, that delivery, angling into the leg stump. And he picked that gap. There's a man on the boundary at the cow corner, yet coming around to his right. There's also that man at deep mid-wicket, the ball going between the two of them, just across the road for 6.
Well, we're looking for a second run here, one would think. Comes back for it comfortably. Good work. Running the first one aggressively, back for the second.
Putting that pressure on the fielder in the deep.
Looks like our good friend Francois again out at backward square. So it's been a good start to the over by St. Vincent. The first 2 costing 8. Now how will Yearwood respond to this? News coming that Graham Potter has left Chelsea. So that's an interesting development. Man United losing to Newcastle today 2-0. That's something that would excite Donovan Lovell, but of course we are Manchester United fans and they lost, so they're not in the 3rd position anymore. Chance for a second. They'll get it 2 as well. Return is high, back for the second. Good over so far for St. Vincent.
I think there's a trick being missed here by the Trinidadian fielders, Andrew, in the deep. I think they're prepared to stand right back on the lane in the deep fields. I think it may serve them better if they were able to start from a position a few paces in from the boundary, because too many times the ball has been struck in the infield and they were slow getting in.
That's another good hit. That's a very well played shot indeed. Wonderfully played by Lewis. On the back foot, swinging over that mid-wicket here. That's gone for 6 into the transport board yard. In fact, you can see the buses in the distance. Lovely coconut trees dancing rather merrily in the wind as well. Here we go. Short, pulled away. Lots of power. Gone all the way for 6.
Much too short a delivery. He did pitch up early in the over and he went for 6. And I guess looking to compensate, pulled his length back and pulled it back much too short. And an easy offering for Lewis, who has got his range now and managing to get that one all the way. Here he is, short delivery, getting under it and lifting it high in the air, ball going with the breeze over the deep mid-wicket boundary into the compound of the depot of the transport board, the main depot of the Barbados Transport Board, our main bus service, Andrew.
Yep, indeed. Hope it didn't damage any of the buses, because folks in Barbados have been struggling for buses, particularly in the country areas in Barbados. Chance for a second. This time the fielder done it. Backward squares alert. But this has been a good over for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 17 so far. Just one to come now. Stapleton would want to try to get a boundary here to exert even further pressure on the bowler. He's now strengthened his leg side field. He's now got the backward square and the mid-wicket right on the edge of the boundary. It's also a cover, long off, long on. Last ball of the over. And ends pretty well. Not a run scored at the last ball. Sure, he will be quite happy with that. So 15 gone now. St. Vincent and the Grenadines won 42 for 5.
Well, feeling a lot better, I believe, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team are really enjoying the last 2 overs in which they have been able to score quite handily, 17 runs from this over. I think the previous over was also quite a handy one. And this pair are now beginning to get this partnership going. They've added some 27 runs so far, and they've only faced some 7 balls apiece. Stapleton on 10 and Lewis on 19. As we prepare for the final part of the innings now, we're into the depth with the lower half of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines batting to show what they possess, what power they possess, as they'll be looking to push on. Actually, Andrew, without being noticed, this run rate has moved up to well over 9 runs and over, heading up to 9.5. And if they can maintain this for the remainder of the innings, they'll be somewhere pushing someplace close to 200.
One would think so as well. In fact, the last over cost 18. So that's a good going by St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Looks like Sammy to continue, is it? No, it's Besai brought back into the attack. As he gets the delivery outside the all-stamp, has a big swing. Keeper standing up. Keeper being Jugmohan. And taking it low down at the base of the stumps. And that's a dot. Precious dot for Trinidad and Tobago. Game continuing to run away from them now over the last 2 or 3 overs. As the right arm medium pace and best side turns. And Lewis is prepared just to drop this one away in the onside and gets a rather cheeky single. Not looking for any power. The field in the onside is quite deep. Actually, the only one close to the bat on the onside would be the man at the short fine leg position. So anything pushed into that onside is at least 1 run. But this time now it will be the left-handed Stapleton back on strike. So the fielder just for him as the bowler also adjusts his line. He goes around the wicket. Is going to be Desai. And this one, good delivery. The batsman can do no more than to come onto the front foot and push it defensively along the onside of the pitch.
Yeah, this partnership is worth, what, 28 now. This steadying the ship a bit. This is good, intelligent batting.
Desai has been good with the first 2 deliveries. Here he is, and looking for that swing, having to get down on his knee and help it around to deep mid-wicket. Will only get a single. So this is good results for Trinidad and Tobago so far in this over number 16. This is where we look to see the batting teams really looking to press on towards the end of the overs. But there has been some rotation of the strike. Each batsman picking up a single so far. As Desai is in outside the off stump looking to slash this one away. Anything between the short third man and the backward point would race away towards the say at deep third man for 4, but not making contact. Again, Jagmohan looks good standing up to the wicket. No run. Just the 2 runs so far in over number 16. 1 delivery left. Let's see how this side is going to close it out. Hits it hard back along the pitch. Hits the right hand of the bowler. Not able to make a run out of it. And an excellent 16th over bowled by Darius Besai for the Trinidad and Tobago. Just 2 runs it caused. He's still speculating of what could have happened. Was he able to hold on to that catch? But that would have been almost unhuman if he'd been able. Let's look at it again. I wasn't sure if it was actually a catch or if it was a bum ball. But here he is, he bowling it. And it's in the air. He got his right hand to it. But he himself and the ball going in different directions, having delivered the ball running off the pitch, the ball going straight back towards the stumps. He managed to get a hand to it. A good effort. Actually, he saved his team any runs whatsoever.
Yeah,
144 for 5. 16 gone. And start to speculate about what number the St. Vincent and the Grenadines total will end up to be. As Justin Joseph, who opened the bowling, is back into the attack to bowl over number 17. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Bennington Stapleton. Bowling left arm around the wicket, short, slap down the ground, 4. Now that was power. It was a short delivery, and it is almost something you would call a pull drive, Andrew. He was off the back foot, slapped it straight. There's a long off, there's a long on. Neither of them had a chance. 4 runs.
Yeah, very well hit. Tremendous power, as you said. And a welcome boundary for St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well.
148, Stapleton up to 15. Again, he's hitting this one through the hands of the bowler. They go for 1. They're going to take on the fielders coming back for the second run. The return misses the stumps at the non-striker's end. I think it may have done him better to have thrown that ball over the wicket to the bowler, because when that ball came in, the non-striker, who is Lewis, was nowhere in the frame.
Yeah, you're right.
So missing a chance for a run out. I think that was the enthusiastic Mike Riley coming in from long off. His delivery is looking for a swing in the air. The ball is going to scoot away for 4 at the next recover, Andrew. Power personified.
Yeah, very well played indeed. And this left-handed batsman, Stapleton, hits the ball very hard indeed. And that was hit with tremendous power. Raced across the outfield like a shot from a gun for 4. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines very much on their way.
Here he is again, hitting this one hard.
I mean, that's a tremendous shot.
Away, wide of long on. That's 4 more.
Tremendous, tremendous, absolutely tremendous in terms of the power. He's a broad-shouldered, and he really has played a very important knock for his country. He's now had some 25 runs from just 13 balls.
Here he is again. Down the wicket, swings this one behind square. This is more runs. That's another boundary. Because here he was getting that one again outside the leg stump. And the batsman Stapleton swinging with the tide, getting it high behind square. No one in that area. Easy pickings, 4 more runs. He goes to 29. It's 162 for 5. This over costing some 18 runs so far.
Now, so let's have a look at this. Here we go. A ball that's on the leg stump and swung away down to backward square.
Wide open space too.
As you said, some 18 runs from it, and still one ball to come. But the momentum very much with St. Vincent and the Grenadines here.
Well, that is what the doctor ordered for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as this delivery is a much tighter line, and he's just whipping it away to the short fine leg. Conveniently, he will be on strike when the new over begins. 19 runs from the over number 17, 163 for 5.
I think he just played the ball away to that backward square area just to keep the strike. And of course, Lewis has given very good support on a partnership that has realized 48 runs, because despite a good rate, St. Vincent were losing wickets like right mangoes, and in the end, these two have been able to pull it back. So two things have happened here. One, they've steadied the rocking ship, but also importantly as well, they've been able to keep that run rate up. It's now 9.59, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines will feel, with 3 overs left, that they can really surge towards and would have visions of making, I would imagine, pretty close to 200 here.
Well, Besai, who has been spared in the carnage, just 18 runs from his 3 overs, he will now complete his allotment, bowling around the wicket to Stapleton, who is clipping this one into the onside. They go quickly for one, and they're going to come back for the second run, because once again, the fielder is right back on the rope, having to run in, and by the time they get to the ball, the second run is always there for the taking. 2 more runs to Stapleton, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two of just 25 deliveries, 4 fours and 3 sixes inclusive.
Tremendous, tremendous performance from them.
Best side to Stapleton. Stapleton is hitting this one in the air. The man is running back, and he's going to just see it run over his head into the fence, over the fielder at long on. Another 6 runs to this man, Stapleton. Now he has shown that he can give this ball a good clout.
Yeah, you're right. Very powerfully built man as well. Looks pretty fit as well. And is playing a blinder here for his country.
No
so all of St. Vincent will be quite happy about this.
For the Trinidadian fielders, as he settles again. Swings this one away. Andrew!
Oh my God.
That is gone. That is the biggest of them all.
Call the fire truck.
That's gone to school at Harrison College. Pitched up, swinging away into the onside. And if today weren't Sunday, Andre would want to suggest that young Stapleton has announced a clearance sale. Everything must go, and he's doing bountiful business.
Yeah, look at that, look at that. What power. High over the top of wide long on, pretty close to the playing field at Harrison College, as you said.
That one went to school, Andrew. So this ball must be an educated ball now.
Going to school on a Sunday as well. Let's have a look at this again. Here he comes. Coming right into line, bang.
Getting that right foot down.
What power. Now he goes. Well, he's done his job. He's out like before, but this has been an important knock by Stapleton, coming out at a time when his team needed stability, and from just 44 balls, make that 19 balls 44 with some 3 sixes and 4 fours. Gone like before, but the damage, I suppose, has been done. In over number 70, make that over number 18, as we see him on our screen. Wonderful performance from the left-handed batsman. Very powerfully built man from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Sure, he's quite happy to have those breadfruits there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and his jackfish. Let's have a look at that. As he came right across his stump, struck, look as if he was sitting on his toe, pin across it. Big appeal. And the umpire said, oh, but he's done a good job. Some 44 runs from just 19 balls and 17 overs and 4 balls gone. St. Vincent have rallied quite nicely up to 177 for 6.
And I guess you can give the bowlers some credit too, because Stapleton did come a long way across his wicket, and Besai keeping it close to him, not falling for the trap as we see him again coming across his wicket, walks across the wicket, and the best side getting it straight down the middle and forcing the batsman to play across the line, struck in front, and umpire Tate standing at that southern end and making the decision in favour of the fielding side. It's 177 for 6. Andrew Thomas comes to the wicket to take up.
Kareem Tate and Tremaine Prescott are the umpires.
Turned away into the onside. They're going to look for a second run here. I'm sure they're going to get it. Once again, your friend Andrew at the deep mid wicket boundary, unable to stop the second run. And I'm sorry that he couldn't hear me. What I would suggest to him that he comes in a few meters off the rope, giving himself a chance of cutting off that second run.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. And he's not the fastest in the world. He's not.
Thomas off the mark with that couple, 179 for 6. Let's say short pulled away for 4. Away to the left of the man at backward square. Wayward delivery too from Beside short. Outside the leg stump, making good contact. Hit it powerfully away from that man at backward square. So 6 runs off the last 2 deliveries. Actually, that over Andrew costing some 20 runs. That's it. Short, pulled away. Once he beat that man at backward square, it's always going to be 4. Bring some 20 runs off the over, although a wicket fell.
And the over before cost 17, so we've had 37 in the last 2. Hence, the rate has gone over 10 now.
183 it is with 2 overs left, and that 200 runs are looking very much in prospect as a ragged Trinidad and Tobago side try to get their spirits up for these final 2 overs.
Well, this St. Vincent and the Grenadines side has excited the taste buds, and well, I mean, I haven't seen the other teams, but I see some pretty good players in the side. In fact, at the top of the innings, we had Brown making 42. I thought that Douglas looked pretty good, and here we go with Stapleton 44 and Lewis working the ball around for 20. So, in terms of their batting, they look pretty good. The Barbados Police Service had a comfortable victory against the British Virgin Islands this morning. The game started at 10 o'clock. 94 for 4 from their 20 overs, the British Virgin Islands, and Barbados in 10 overs and 4 balls reached 98 for 4. So that's very comfortable indeed for them.
Well, that man who I consider to be the best of the bowlers on show for Trinidad and Tobago today, Michael Riley, coming back on Mikel. Is it Michael or Mikel? M-I-K-E-L. So I guess you can call it Michael or Mikel. And 3 overs to 22 runs has picked up 2 of the wickets to have fallen. And he is going to bowl the penultimate over.
Well, they say the 19th over is always the important one. It can really determine so much in a match, as we've seen, the highest level in terms of T20 cricket. So he's been charged with responsibility to bowl over number 19.
Swing and a miss from Lewis. Delivery outside the off stump. Yes. Wouldn't want to go for a lot of runs this over the Trinidadians. Already 183 for 6 is going to take a lot of getting, and anything else from here is just icing on the cake. Extra gravy on the rice, Andrew. Today being Sunday, special day in Barbados when it comes to a Barbadian lunch.
Yeah, rice and peas, always the order of the day.
Outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump. So apparently Riley seeking to bowl that full, that length wide of the off stump, challenging that guideline set there for the umpires to decide whether it is a wide or not. Getting it wrong on that occasion though. So conceding a wide and having to bowl that one over. 184 for 6 is the total. He's in. Again, he's looking to swing this one in the air, into the offside, falling again into no man's land, peeling off the outside edge, and the ball falling in a short third man position. There is a man right back at the boundary at third man. There is a man at backward point, but that one falling perfectly in the middle of them. 2 fortuitous runs to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So Riley might consider himself a bit unlucky on that occasion. didn't get the batsman to play a fault shot. Here he is again. And coming down the wicket, looking to swing this one, bowled into the pitch by Riley. Good bowling for him. Another 2 runs to be had as that man comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary. Well, on that occasion, the ball didn't really travel out to him with any pace. The ball not struck very well, so he definitely had to come in. Couldn't save the 2 on that occasion. I will concede that to him. It's 188 for 6. But again, Riley has been good. Balls the ball outside the awesome, driven up towards long off. They're going to stay on one. The non-striker, that is Thomas, is keen to come back for the second run. But Lewis opts to stay in his ground at the non-striker's end. So just the 1 run. So we've had a 1, a 2, a 2, a wide, and a run. In the over so far. We started with a dot ball. So 189 is the total. Left-handed Thomas on strike. And he is firing this one into the onside. They're going to come back for the second run. The man having to come in off that boundary, that deep boundary at long on. And when he gets there and they're able to pick it up cleanly, allowing the second run to be easily taken. Another 2 runs to the total, 191 it is, 4-6. And the left-handed Thomas back on strike, Riley around the wicket. Hits this one in the air, out towards deep backward point. That's going to be 4. He got that one a bit too wide of the all stump, and the left-handed batsman opening the face of the bat on contact and slicing it over the infield, getting it down to the deep backward point boundary. The over spoiled for Lewis. For Riley, he picks up a boundary. There it is, outside the all stump, and there we see the batsman opening the face of the bat and making contact, deliberately lifting it over the infield and into an occupied area at deep backward point, picking up 4 runs and spoiling Riley's figures somewhat. He's bowled his 4 overs for 34. That over cost him some 12 runs. And now, with one over left, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 195 for 6.
Yeah, this has been a very good performance by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The rate is over 10. And I would think this is going to be a very difficult assignment for Trinidad and Tobago. But what I've seen of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, I'm quite impressed with the construction of the innings. They lost a couple of wickets at times when they would not have wanted to, but I think that 6-wicket partnership was crucial. And in the end, they've launched a very serious assault on Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, yeah, what we've seen though is that there's some depth in their batting.
Yep.
Because they did lose those wickets in the middle, but the lower order batters have all come to the party and done their part.
Yeah,
so final
I think Stapleton's knock of 44 was brilliant.
over about to begin, bowled by Damian Brown. Brown, who shared the new ball with Joseph. And the first delivery of the over is going to see them come back for a 3rd run. That was excellent running by this pair. The ball played into the deep. And actually, Andrew, when they started on the 3rd run, the ball was already in the hand of the fielder. But the return was somewhat weak on the first bounce to the keeper. And by the time he broke the stumps, here we see them coming in for that 3rd run. This is the big man, Stapleton, and getting into his wicket before Jugmahan could break the stumps.
Had it been right over the bails, I think he might have been in some trouble there.
Well, yes, a good return, a good powerful return. So the left-handed Thomas comes on strike, facing up to Brown, and Brown is driving this one out too long off. They're going to just be restricted to the 1 run. Return is back over the stumps to the bowler. 199. So 200 runs in the offing. Brown bowling right arm off spin, bowling over the wicket. Anthony Lewis, the batsman. And bowls a fast delivery, hit in the air, out towards extra cover. The catch taken, Lewis goes. bowling this one quickly into the pitch. The batter looking to heave it somewhere over the offside. Only manages to find the man at extra cover right back on the edge of the circle. The catch is easily taken. Lewis's good job has come to an end. 28 of 16 with a matter of 2 sixes. And now it's 199 for 6 with 3 deliveries left in the innings. St. Vincent and the Grenadines in a very strong position, and I believe quite satisfied with their work so far. There we see it again. Short delivery, somewhat rushed, not be able to get under the ball is Lewis, and the ball traveling in the air out to that man at extra cover, just having to come in and get down, take it somewhere around the knee height, and Lewis's innings comes to an end. 199 for 7 as the new man is on strike. So Brown with a wicket in his final over is his second altogether, as Jada John, the new batsman, the new batter, he's also right-handed, facing up to Brown. And he's pushing this one in the outside, and you can see quite content to just jog through for the single, so that Andrew Thomas, who has been there for quite much longer, will be on strike for this 5th delivery as the 200 comes up in the final over. Only 120 balls, it would have taken 16 fours and 9 sixes. This sounds like the kind of stuff that we experienced from Johnson Charles in the West Indies recently. Swinging off the outside edge and caught at short third man. After some effort, he almost missed it, but holding on to it, clinging on to it in his chest. So another wicket gone in the final over. A third goes to Brown. Thomas goes for 13 of just some 5 deliveries. 200 it is for 7 with 1 delivery left, as the number 15 makes his way. He'll just be there for the final delivery. 200 for 8 is the total, in fact. And we said some of a comeback here by Brown in the final over, but I believe, as you mentioned earlier, as we see the batsman going for the big swing, that was Thomas, off the outside edge, down to the man at third man. He took it to just a chest side, but he almost bordered on losing it. It slipped slightly from his grasp, but he clung onto it as he hit the turf. And importantly, the catch is taken as Darius Martin, the last man with just 1 ball to face, comes to the wicket. Brown with a couple of wickets in the over. Bowls a full toss, hit down the ground, is going to fall before the man at long on. They're going to come back for the second run. The return comes up to the striker's end, and the stumps are broken. Martin is run out of that final delivery. A run added to the total as he was run out going for the second run. And it's St. Vincent and the Grenadines finish their 20 overs in a very, very healthy state. 201 for 9 is the total. The last man run out, Darius Martin, for 1, as we see that return coming from way in the deep at long on. The fielder comes, guessing his return on the bounce to the keeper, and Martin a bit tardy in getting into his ground. The umpire, Tremaine Prescott, ruling that the keeper had broken the stumps before he had made his ground, and a wicket of the final delivery. 201 for 9. St. Vincent and the Grenadines invited to bat, and the buzzing in the SVG camp, and one could well imagine the reason for that, because that 201 for 9, that's half the job done. And remember, it's still a cricket game. They still got to come back now and defend those 201 runs. But I think they'll be very chipper with themselves and very pleased as the Trinidadians come back in a group to the pavilion. They really were somewhat run ragged by the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They stayed in the fight, and as far as they're concerned, it is now what is left to be done is for them to reach 202 before 20 overs are bowled.
Yeah, one would think it's going to be a very difficult assignment for Trinidad and Tobago, but a good performance by St. Vincent and the Grenadines here under pressure in the middle overs. But that man Stapleton's 44 was crucial. And in the end, to have gotten just over 200, 201 for 9 represents a pretty strong position for them. And one would think that unless something dramatic happens, we're not calling it, but one would think that they should, and the operative word here being should go on to win. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. What is for sure is that they've got their runs on the board and will feel that they've got an excellent opportunity. Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and they chose to bowl first. And at the end of over number 20, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 201 for 9, which represents, one would think, a pretty solid performance from them.
As we run through the scorecard for you, Salvin Brown caught Desai, bowled Riley 42. Maloney caught Simmons, bowled Brown 2. Douglas bowled Riley 28. Hooper stumped Jagmohan off Yearwood for 16. Walker bowled Yearwood 23. Stapleton leg before to Beside for 44. Lewis caught Joseph, bowled Brown 28. Thomas caught Kian, bowled Brown 13. Darius Martin run out for 1. Jide John not out on 1. Romaria Baby did not bat. 3 extras, 2 wides, 1 leg by 201 for 9. And the bowling for the Trinidad and Tobago, Justin Joseph 3 overs for 30 runs. Damian Brown 4 overs, 33 runs and 3 wickets. Aaron Francis 1 over for 18. Michael Riley 4 overs, 34 runs, 2 wickets. Besai 4 overs, 38 runs, 1 wicket. Renaldo Sammy 2 overs for 21 runs. And Brian Yearwood 2 overs, 26 runs and the 2 wickets. That brings us more or less up to par, up to where we are at the moment, as Arnold, the curator here at Weymouth, makes his way to the middle to refresh the creases. And if the Trinidadians are going to get anywhere near this total, then Andrew, we're in for quite a time.
One would think so as well. Just have a quick word with Constable Brathwaite, who's part of the organizing committee, before we take a little bit of a break. This certainly would take a lot of organizing. This, of course, in terms of the competition, the 11th edition of this, the Barbados Police Service hosting this competition, and Constable Brathwaite, a lot of work would have been put into this. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Well, good afternoon to
you. A lot of work, huh?
Yes, Andrew, a lot of work into pulling off such a competition such as big as this. And we hope that it will grow bigger and better from here, and that this will bring the communities in the Caribbean together as one, as we try to foster relationships throughout the Caribbean.
Yeah, indeed. I note with interest your organizing committee, Station Sergeant Acting Trevor Griffith is very much there. You've got Waverley Whittington as well, and Sergeant Holloway. So you've got a big team. Leslie Prescott, who has been with you for a long time, and a lot of work to be done, but you've made a good start. You started at 10 o'clock this morning. Barbados got off to a good victory.
Yes, Barbados coming up with a victory, and a very important victory, and that would boost their confidence level as we go out throughout the tournament. And you know, Barbados are the defending champions in this competition, and it was last played some 3 years ago, and they want to repeat that fate this year in 2023 tournament.
Yeah, tell us about some of the Barbados cricketers. I know with interest that a couple of the young budding stars, we know Neymar Bolden, the under-19 captain from Barbados in the in this British Virgin Islands team that played this morning. So you're mixing the old guys like yourself with some youth, and that's good, I think.
Well, not, like myself, I'm past that stage now, Andrew. We have a good crop of fellas there. Darius Sargent, even though he was a law student and under-19 player. And we also have Larry Bad, former Barbados player. Darryl Bob, he's his family, he comes in, he's a good youngster looking to progress. We also, Jeremy Bourne, before he was a policeman, he played for Isolation, and you would remember him down there being a capable batsman to handle on his own. Daryl Seal, he's a very good player. If you remember, they had his eyes on him, the selectors for Barbados, and somewhat he's been lost by the wayside. Rashid Padmore, fresh off trials for Barbados, and he's still bowling very well to keep it up. And a lot of other fellows within the side, along with Mario Albert, who also came from Maple. We used to play for Maple, and they had a good season last season, and he continues to do well for Police. Unfortunately, today he didn't get off the mark. I believe it's a bit of nerves coming into a tournament such as this.
All right, well, thanks to you, Constable Bradford, for coming through and talking to us. We'll no doubt speak to you again. The next match is up at Bayfield, so you're not only having games in urban Barbados, you're going up to the country areas tomorrow. The action starts at 10 o'clock up at Bayfield. That's my club. Deep in Roll, Barbados, St. Philip.
Yes, I agree with you, Andrew, and it's also my club because most of my family played for that club. Kenroy Williams is my cousin, and he played for that club. Derek Bishop and those guys. That's the key. But St. Catherine, a lovely club up in the countryside where lots of win, and going into the community brings a lot to bring togetherness and to know that they foster relationship with those within the community from the aspect of community policing.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And you've been a policeman for how long now?
24 years.
24 years, and no plans of retirement next week?
Well, I wish I could have that retirement, but I'm too young for that now.
I know. They say the youth of a nation are the trustees of posterity. I want to thank you for coming to the microphones and talking to us. We're going to take a break. The magic number, of course, for Trinidad and Tobago, the men from the land of Calypso, they've got 202 to get, thanks to some very good work by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. 201 for 9. Earlier, Barbados saw a crushing victory, and that game was 94 for the loss of 4 to the British Virgin Islands. And Barbados, before you could say hello Barbados, the police service really arresting their guests, really. 98 for 4 in just 10 overs and 4 balls. It was a comprehensive victory. We'll take a break, come back in about 10 minutes as we look forward to the second half of this game. The magic number for Trinidad and Tobago is 202. To Weymouth for the second half of the second game being contested. St. Vincent and the Grenadines up against Trinidad and Tobago. After Barbados won very comfortably this morning in the game that started at 10 o'clock. St. Vincent and the Grenadines doing very well, 201 for 9 from their 20 overs. And we'll be looking to defend that. So a big ask for Trinidad and Tobago here. Good crowd is gathered as well at the Weymouth ground, which is just in the outskirts of the nation's capital. Suppose if you take your time, you can walk from here to Bridgetown in about 10 minutes or so, or even less. So we're just about ready to get on the way. It's going to be Justin Joseph and Aaron Francois. This has been a very good effort on the part of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Donovan Lovell joins me. One would think, Donovan, that Trinidad and Tobago will have to do very well to win this.
Certainly, Andrew. Good afternoon to you, Andrew. Good afternoon to our listeners. Welcome back to our broadcast. Indeed, if they are to get over the line, someone will have to play a beautiful innings here today to see the T&T side home.
So we're just about ready for Martin to take it up. First ball. And he starts with a beauty. Lovely delivery. Ramdial flirting. What a good start from the young Darius Martin, the Vincentian police officer. Good start.
Beautiful delivery, top of off stump, with some pace as well, and some bounce, and good carry to the keeper, who is standing a fairway back. So that tells me that this young fast will have a good turn of speed.
Tall and rangy. So Trinidad and Tobago on the way. Chance for a run out. That hit, I think Ramdial might have been in some trouble there. The keeper didn't take it cleanly. So Trinidad and Tobago 2 without loss.
And that one seemed to hit high in the bat. And by the song of it, you can tell, as they would say in cricketing terms, a heavy ball. Not being able to get it over the cover area, which he intended.
So let me remind you that St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they can 201 for 9 from their 20 overs. And they've started well here. Seems to have a bit of zip in his bowling.
Yeah. And you look and see where the keeper is, Andrew. Even though he's a fairway back, he's still taking the ball a little above midriff. So that's an indication that he's getting in some miles, as they would say, in terms of good pace, good carry.
So the rate required is 10.38, and already the first over is just cost 3. Darius Martin will want to finish strongly here. Roll into Ronaldo Sammy. So news not good for the Man United fans, losing today 2-0. Had a chance to watch the game. Man United is very much my side, but the reality is that they deserve to have lost the game. I thought Newcastle played very well, lots of energy. Teams nowadays are not afraid of Man United as was in the past. It's almost like Barbados nowadays at the regional level. I don't get the feeling that there's the same fear about Barbados' cricket as was in the past. So the first over comes to an end. It's been a good start for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. 1 gone, Trinidad and Tobago 4 without loss. Make that 2 without loss.
Yes, indeed, a very good start from the St. Vincent side. Young Darius Martin started pretty well in some pretty good areas with some good speed, good bunks, good carry. Good batting pitch here at the Weymouth ground. Good work by the creator. And as you said, a very good start. Only 4 from the first over.
So we look into the distance, those houses right close to the ground. What area of Barbados is that?
This is an area called Halls Road.
Halls Road.
Yes, this leads you, if you go in the southern area, you can get close to our Queen Elizabeth Hospital.
Okay.
That's where our local Queen Elizabeth Hospital is. That's called Martindale's Road. So
okay, so
you go from Halls Road into Martindale's Road.
Okay, so Halls Road, Martindale's Road, and then you get to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. So we're in the city, really. Just on the outskirts of the city, and the Weymouth ground. Police would have had a lot of success in the mid-80s. I remember when they were captained by Leslie Reefer, they won 3 consecutive tournaments. And what I remember with that was the astute leadership of Leslie Reefer, former Barbados cricketer. Sergeant Reefer, let's give him his title. We'll be safe here, and we'll get away with it, and we'll get the first boundary for Trinidad and Tobago top edge. Gone behind the keeper for 4.
Yes, that one. Good bunks, as I said. Looking to swing that in the area mid-wicket. Got a top edge, and it flew high over the keeper. No chance of any fielders getting close to it. And at this stage, any way that they can get these 202 runs, the Trinidadians will be grateful.
So Ronaldo Sami is the batsman, left-hander. Mario Bibby, B-I-B-B-Y, is the bowler from St. Vincent. Let's have a look at that. I mean, that was banged in short, good pace, and went a long way down towards fine leg, off the top edge. And the pace generated by Bibby was enormous there, and bounce as well.
He looks a strong guy, strong lad.
Oh, that's gone over, long on. That's gone. Beautifully played indeed. Is it 6? Trying to confirm. The umpire is not quite sure. And now signal 6.
Yes, indeed it is. One in the slot, really, asking for the treatment. And he simply went through the line on a good pitch, a good batting surface, and struck that one beautifully over the head of the fielder at the long on boundary. And that's gone for, is it the first 6 of the innings? That's indeed a very good shot.
So some pace generated by the bowler. That's a lovely shot. Get it into the line, hit it high over wide long on, and just barely covering. And the spectator did a good job there, and pouting the catch on that wide long on. Last ball of over number 2. That looked pretty comical. The ball slipped from his hand just behind the umpire. umpire Tremaine Prescott, who actually works at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, I'm told. So he should know this area well. Halls Village, Martindale's Road. Of course, as we look to the right is Robert Street. More runs for Trinidad and Tobago. They get a boundary. French cut, Chinese cut, take your pick. Doesn't matter. That's gone for 4. It's been a good over for Trinidad and Tobago. 14 from the over. At the end of over number 2, Trinidad and Tobago, 18 without loss.
Yes, as they say, fortune favors the brave. And Sammy certainly throw a caution to the wind. Massive total ahead of him. So he's looking to see if he can get his side off to a flyer. And that was certainly a good over for the Trinidad and Tobago side, who are looking to get up to 202 for victory. But they will take a lot more of hitting and fortune if they're to be successful.
That ball came from the inside edge. That came from the inside edge. Just going just past the leg stump as well. Spectator, not like Ronaldo, tried to trap it, and the ball went behind him. Maybe for an own goal as well. So we start over number 3. Darius Martin's first over just cost 4, so captain will continue with him. Chance to run out. He's gone. Lots of indecision. Lots of indecision there. Sammy's run out. Yes, no situation. That's not what Trinidad and Tobago wanted at all. But the men from St. Vincent and the Grenadines happy. Oh, needless run out, really. A victim of his own indiscretion, one would think, really. There was never a run there. And it's now in over number 3, Trinidad and Tobago 18 for 1.
Yes, certainly not called for at all. No need to take any chances. As you see here, indecision, yes, no, and in the end, it was disaster for the Trinidad and Tobago side. And if you would have seen the Vincentians when they were batting, they ran beautifully between the wicket. Their calls were precise. You know, they did not at all take any chances with their running. And this is something that the Trinidadians really would not want to have so early in the innings, trying to get up to that massive total for victory. Unfortunately, you see here again, yes, no, and in the end, as I said, disaster. So a wicket gifted early to the Vincentians.
Yeah, you're right about that. So Justin Joseph was scheduled to come at number 3, but he is going to come later. It's now Brian Yearwood who's come to the crease. This is a good start for St. Vincent and the Grenadines here. Oh, that's very well played. Down to backward square, badly lined, put away for 4.
That's a good-looking shot, using the pace of the ball. Cut the tail inside his wicket and just tapped it around the corner, clipped it beautifully behind square for a good-looking boundary. And using the pace, as I said, as you see here, that's inside and clipped it beautifully down behind square for 4.
Very well played indeed. So, Ramdale looks to be a pretty good player. Little man. We'll look for the second here. And we'll get it too. Not good work at all in the deep. That's Michael Riley coming across from that square leg area, number 21 in his back. Fumbled it, fluffed it, and conceded a bonus run. Appeal for a catch at the wicket, but there was not a lot of conviction as far as the keeper was concerned. It was almost a belated appeal. ball looked rather hopeful. Umpire Tate sent that out. Umpire Kadeem Tate is doing duties with Tremaine Prescott, two umpires who will be doing local cricket pretty soon. This local season starts on April the 15th. So Barbados playing lots of cricket. There are some countries that don't play a lot of local cricket anymore, but a heavy investment in Barbados. And I would think that Barbados would be quite unhappy about the regional side's very ordinary performance, losing 3 of the 5 matches that they played. And I'm sure that a post-mortem will be carried out on what happened with Barbados. Congratulations to the Harpy Eagles. Last ball is bang on target, no runs scored, 3 gone. Trinidad and Tobago, 24 for 1.
Yes, indeed, a pretty good over there again from young Martin. 1 ball that was pitched between middle and leg, and he paid the price for it. But apart from that, he finished well. The Vincentian side looks to be a pretty good unit when they batted, and in the field as well, they look as though they are going to create a lot of pressure. They get into the ball quickly. They have the Trinidadians between minds in terms of running, and they really look the part. And no doubt, I would imagine this will be one of the teams, if they continue this vein, that we have to keep an eye out for. Of course, Barbadians are defending champions, but that was then, this is now. But this Vincentian side looks to be a well-drilled, a well-oiled unit so far.
Yeah, I agree with that. They look good batting, very deep. They were in trouble at one stage. Stapleton came out to bat it very well. And so far the bowling looks good, so you better watch the men from Ralph Gonzalez's country, the 5-star general. How are you, my friend?
And I must say, Andrew, a beautiful place. I've been there on a few occasions. I spent 3 Christmases there.
Really?
In a place called Leyu. A little fishing village.
Okay.
Oh, beautiful place. I really had a good time. Loved it.
Leyu.
Oh, yes.
Wonderful. Is that close to the city, the capital?
I think that's a little ways out.
Okay. Leyu. Okay. Next time I go there, I'll certainly be there. So 2 runs to Trinidad and Tobago to start over number 4. Tough assignment for them.
And as I said, Andrew, a lovely little fishing village. The people are friendly, they're warm, and they really made me feel as though I was a Vincentian. I really loved it. I continue to think that they are some of the most beautiful people in the Caribbean, the Vincentians.
So Ofney Lewis is the bowler. And that's a lovely paddle away. They'll get 2, I would imagine. No. Not decisive in the run, and just a single. So the rate has gone to 10.50. The current rate is 8.10. So Ofney Lewis, tall off spinner, gives the ball a nice grip. And that's very well bowled indeed. Fast and flat on that middle stump, choking the batsman. Good start for him, just conceding 4 from 4 balls. But want to finish strongly here, the off spinner. We get a second here, one would think, but no. Again, not positive running at all by the Trinidad and Tobago team here, because they surely should have gotten two, but a good over, good first over from Lewis, just 6 coming from it. So 4 gone, Trinidad and Tobago 31 for 1.
Yes, as you see again, indecision in the running with the Trinidadian side. Still yes, no, still not sure. In the end, what should have been 2 ended up being 1. But that speaks to the quick recovery and the aggressiveness of the essential fielders who create that doubt in the minds of the runners. And as I said, what should have been 2 eventually only turned out to be 1. Good start by Lewis. Tall, lanky looking spinner. Get some good bunks, and he's been bowling more or less, as they say, inside, wicket to wicket. You can't get under it. All you can do then is to defend. So a good start from Lewis, and it looks like a change in bowling.
Yeah, Jai John is going to come into attack. JJ. So we start over number 5.
We've been blessed with some beautiful weather, Andrew, for the start of this regional T20 tournament. A lovely sunshine, hardly any clouds, threatening clouds of rain, that is. Beautiful blue skies, and a tremendous start to this regional tournament.
And a good crowd is gathered as well. Chance for a catch. Catch taken. At mid off. Second wicket goes. John striking early in his first over. Further trouble for Trinidad and Tobago here. And over number 5, they're now 32 for 2.
No doubt looking to push on, but it's early days still. Only in the 5th over. You can push around a little bit more. But he decided, what, to go early. John being the new bowler, probably not wanting him to settle. But as you can see here on the replay, connection not good at all. Right to the bottom of the bat, and only got height instead of distance. And he makes his way back. Easy catch taken here. And he makes his way back to the pavilion. So a good start for J.D. John.
Yeah, you're right about the connection. Coming off the outer portion of the bat. Was in there for a long time, keeping his eyes on it. Catch taken beautifully down at that mid-off area. It was in there for quite a long time. And this St. Vincent and the Grenadine side looks pretty sharp.
I'm telling you, from the time they were batting, the way they ran between the wickets, how they look in the field, the aggressive attacking the ball beautifully. As I said, they look to be a well-oiled unit, and you can see that they are here to play and to play well, and to even look as though they're here with the intentions of defeating and dethroning the champions of this tournament, the Barbadian side.
So Caron Simmons is the new batsman who's come out to the middle, little left-handed batsman, and John has had a good start. Here we go. So this is a pretty difficult assignment. In fact, that rate continues to climb. Is over 10 now. They're currently scoring Trinidad and Tobago at 7.11, but the rate has gone to 10.97, and they've lost 2 wickets as well. Sean is a medium pacer, very well built, very athletic, and has had a good line and length, good control so far. The police officer there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Chance to run out. The return came in, and they'll get the run in the end. But the thing about that first bit of play was the lovely delivery bowled by John. It was a slow one, deceiving the batsman with a change of pace. And again, indecision about the running. And that could have easily had another wicket. Let's have a look at this. Lovely action, high action, bit slower. Batsman deceived. It would have gone down the leg side. But the thing about that delivery was the fact that the batsman, along out of his crease, had the ball hit the stumps. Yeah. The keeper didn't take it.
He would have
been gone by a long way.
Oh, yeah.
But St. Vincent and the Grenadines looking very good indeed. Some very fit police officers as well, it would appear. And they batted deep. And now they've got Trinidad and Tobago on the ropes already. So some 5 overs gone, Trinidad and Tobago in trouble, 34 for 2.
And if you can see how they're moving around in the field, as Andrew as well. They jog into their positions, they're getting there quickly, they're ready to start proceedings in about less than 3 seconds. So this tells you that they're not only aggressive in the field, but they're fit. They seem to be a very fit unit, and you can see by the way they're moving around in the field rather quickly.
Well, just going to do this first delivery as the Man United man comes a call in. Mr. Wayne Holder, you're a Liverpool man?
Certainly, never walk alone, Andrew.
Never walk alone. Well, the Man U fans are really crying a river after that defeat, but hope urges on and tells us tomorrow will be better. I'm sure we'll be inspired by that thought. So I'll leave it with you, and then it's going to be Wayne Holder.
Thank you, Andrew. It was always a pleasure doing commentary with you, Andrew. It's going to be Lewis. He's continuing from the southern end, and he's bowling to Simmons. Goes back to the bowler, attempted drive, not making a good contact. Ball coming from the bottom of the bat, can't score, remains on 35 for 2. Ooh, you hear the oohs and the ahs. He's beaten outside the off stump. That one spun and bounced as well. Difficult delivery to handle, Wayne. A beautiful delivery.
Well, yes, fine. Spinning away outside that off stump. The angle coming in towards the left-handed batsman from around the wicket and then spinning once it pitches.
And he is gone. He got on the back foot, punched that one straight to cover. He hit it pretty hard in the end, but the fielder did not have to move. And he said, thank you, it's an early Christmas gift. And another wicket down for the Trinidad and Tobago side. And there are all kinds of trouble here at Weymouth, chasing 202 for victory at the 35. And they make that the 3rd wicket, Wayne, is it?
Yes, it is. 35 for 3 there, we say. Short delivery. I think he might have been undone by the bounce a bit more bounce than he anticipated. Went for the shot, looking to slap it into the offside and getting it high on the bat, straight to that fielder, in at that short extra cover position. And what a celebration.
Oh, indeed. They're surely having a grand time here. It's having a ball.
Definitely.
Having a ball.
But I must say, Don, they look a well-oiled machine. We saw them bat, the good start at the top, Then we saw some power coming in towards the end of the innings, and ever since they've been in the field, they've looked a really well drilled a group of players who are really having fun and also executing very well.
Yes, they certainly do. They mentioned that on a few occasions. I'm very impressed so far with what I've seen. And, you know, you have to give credit where credit is due, man. You know, they look the part. They look like a team that have prepared for a tournament.
Definitely.
They look like a team that has prepared to win a tournament. It's early days yet, but so far, they look really well as a complete unit.
Well, yes, and what we've seen, there's still some 3 other teams in the competition whom we haven't seen as yet. In contrast, the Trinidadians looked a bit rusty in the field in particular. Lots of blemishes in their ground fielding and the general out cricket. And again, they looked a bit unprepared.
Yeah, so this ball is played back to Lewis by Basley, who's now come to join Haywood. Yes, indeed, they gifted a few runs in the field, and they look short of work, to be honest with you. But it could be first game jitters too, as well. As he reaches for this one and drives it up to the ballot cover, he's halfway down, asking for a run. Again, his partner does not respond. Indecision again between the batters. We've seen this from the beginning when yes, no, yes, no. Unlike the Vincentians, we keep having to compare because it was here in front of our eyes where the Vincentians simply look at each other and they were off for their run. Trinidadians are in contrast, completely different.
Well, yes, at 35-3, that's the end of the power play done. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines team continuing to assert their ascendancy, and Trinidad with a lot of work to do. We've seen some 4 bowlers so far, and all of them have been very, very good in their work. And
Yeah.
now,
They have looked really well. They've bowled good areas. They hit that off front line more often than not, and they have had a good turn of pace as well in their deliveries. This delivery is just played in the onside. There's no short mid-wicket. The bowler is John, does the work himself, running to short mid-wicket. And they're through for a single, 36-3.
there's an example of the enthusiasm and that preparedness you talked about, because by rights that should have been 2 runs.
It is true.
But because of the effort put in by the bowler to sprint after that ball into the outfield on the onside, getting to the ball very, very quickly, and the Trinidadian batsmen with no choice but to just take the 1 run. But originally, it looked as if it was 2 runs all over it.
They look fit as well. As I said earlier, they were sprinting at the end of the over back to their respective positions, while you see others will be walking and taking their time. They are sprinting back. So it tells me that there's some kind of fitness also with this Vincentian side. As we watch, John prepares to bowl to Bazzi, and he's up. His appeal for LBW, and he said yes, he's out. That one pitch full up. The batsman looking to hit the mid-wicket, made no contact, missed the ball, and the umpire said yes, you're out. And further trouble for the Trinidad and Tobago team, who are looking to get up to 202 for victory. Here at Weymouth are in all kinds of trouble. And I'm telling you, it looks to me as though the writing is on the wall, Wayne.
Well, at 36-4, it couldn't be very far away, that writing, or that fat lady, for that matter, who we expect to be here by the time the game finishes. Full delivery, coming into his wicket, looking to whip it away into the onside. The umpire rules that one would have gone on to strike the stumps. It was a ball pitched right up into the block hole, and the batsman having to come back to the pavilion with a wicket to John, the 2nd wicket, in fact, that John has picked up in just 1 over and 2 balls, and Trinidad sinking into further problems at 36-4.
Yes, John certainly looks good. He's bowling wicket to wicket. If you miss, then I'm in business.
There he goes again. There he goes into that coil, and the batter getting that right pad across the wicket, I must say. And the umpire would not have had a lot of doubt as to that ball, whether that ball would have gone on to strike the stumps or not. But he made his decision quite early and quite decisively. Kareem Tate, the umpire. And
the new batsman is
Nicholas Jugmahan is the wicket keeper.
oh yeah, small his stature. Let me see if he can play a big innings here today. His team certainly will need it because they're somewhat behind the 8 ball, so to speak. Really reeling at 36 for 4 as John is looking to put them in further inroads as he's about to go into young Jugmohan, who settles and waits. He's forward, turns this one in the onside. They're 1 for 1. They're back for the second, so he is immediately off the mark, taking the score to 38 for 4. That one angled down the leg side. A few deliveries only that we've seen off target, and that is one of the few that we've seen angled down the leg side. The easy 2 runs.
Well, yes, they field quite deep on that onside. There's a man at long leg, and then there's a man deep at backward square. So lots of open space behind the wicket on the onside. Nice defensive stroke, stroked up to mid-off by the left-handed Jugmahan. It's quite good as
looks pretty solid in defense. Head over the ball, head looking still, just caressing that beautifully. Can't score, however, but looks good in defense, looks solid as he waits to receive from G.D. John. Oh, and he's flashing outside the off stump. Makes no contact, true to the keeper. Not too far, I would imagine, from the edge. And John thought he was in business there. He was about to celebrate, but no contact, true to the keeper. 38 for 4. And the Vincentians are no doubt confident that they can do it from here.
Just pulling his length back slightly there, John. The batsman looking for that big drive, and ball just shaving the outside edge.
He's driving, quick single. Oh, rare misfield by the Vincentians. They're back for the second. And good aggressive running, and they're back for the third. A case of commentators' curse, man, as we began to praise him for the beautiful work in the outfield. One has just simply slide past, and at Stapleton, Benetton Stapleton, who was at mid-off, and allowing the Trinidad inside to get additional 2 runs.
Well, nobody gets 100 done, and there it was. There would have been that error somewhere along the line. We would have anticipated, and there it was, a misfield at mid-off, and the batsman benefiting by it, picking up a couple of free runs, one would have to say.
It's going to be Lewis to continue from the south. Young Jagmahan is going to receive it, 41 for 4. After 7 overs, am I correct?
Yeah, 41 for 4 from 7 as the second match of the day, heading into its final phase, more or less. Still to reach the halfway stage in this innings.
Oh, that's a full one, full toss, and it's gone all the way for 6 runs. That one a gift from Lewis. He's rubbing his hands on the turf as to suggest to us that it slipped out of his hands, but it was a full toss that was gleefully accepted by Jagmahan, and he gave it the treatment it deserved. Over square leg for 6 to take the score.
Here we call that buffet bowling,
yes.
Don. Eat as much as you like. Nice juicy full toss on the leg stump. hitting with the wind, everything in his favor, and Jagmohan ate it and ate it gleefully.
Lewis. He's driving this one out to the man at the cover boundary sweeping. They're looking for two, but there's only one that's possible. Good return back to the keeper, taking the score on to 48-4. Indeed, it was a gift, man. An early Christmas one. I said, thank you very much. And he dispatched it in the approved fashion. Lewis looks around as there's a field adjustment. Deep mid-wicket is going to his left slightly. And this one is played to short mid-wicket, can't score. There's a man on the 45. And the man to his left slightly, a little in front square, I would say. It's forward in the offside. Good running. That's good running by the Trinidad and Tobago side. If you can't get the boundaries for now, the ones and twos with that up. Open the face of the bat, played it to the left of the man at point, and came through for easy single in the end, taking the score on to 49-4. There's a lot of work still to do, Wayne.
Well, yes, this off spinner, Lewis, though, quite taken in by him, showing good varieties, prepared to give the ball some flight, give it a bit of a rip. That one was a quicker delivery, and it was also short. And again, the commentators curse are going against him because he bowled that one into the pitch. A lot quicker delivery, much too short, and the left-handed Jagmohan getting into his wicket and finding that gap between the two fielders in the deep and picking up another easy boundary. So he's been having a time of it since he's been to the wicket.
You
He's
can
already
see here on the replay, short, and given the treatment it deserved. And he's getting a full one now again. Misfield again here on the boundary by the Vincentian fielders, and it's gone for another 4. So Jagmohan being served up some full tosses here and some short deliveries, but he's doing what he's supposed to do, capitalizing. That's the important thing. 57-4 after the end of 8 overs.
Quite disappointing stuff from Lewis in that his third over. A couple of full tosses, a couple of long hops, and really easing the pressure somewhat in that over. The Jagmohan up to 20 of just 8 deliveries. And we've also seen some sloppiness creeping in to the Vincentians' play.
Certainly, for a team who started so beautifully in the field, so far in the last 2 overs, they've looked to lose it a bit. I think what is on their side, though, is that the score is such a massive one to defend that they would take a lot of misfeeling for the Trinidadian side to really get anywhere near this 200 runs. It's John who's going to continue.
So John again.
That's driven out to cover on the boundary, who comes around. The return back to the keeper on the bounce, a pretty good one. Driving through the covers, out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, getting 2. Good looking shot. John guilty of overpitching slightly, and the Trinidadians capitalizing on that for sure, who they're looking to score. John again. And this one is hitting high, hard in the air, out caught, did not get past the cover area. Going, looking to clear the boundary in the long off area, only succeeded in getting height instead of distance. An easy catch at cover and further trouble for the Trinidadians, who've gone now for 59-5.
Well, high in the air and a catch taken by the man coming in from extra cover. You're going to get another look at it sometime soon. But Brian Yearwood's stay is a very short one. 10 balls out for 10. And the Vincentians again pressing even further on the throats of the Trinidad and Tobago. There we saw a big swing, looking to go into the onside. The ball in the air, that fielder from extra cover coming in, settling himself, watching the ball into his hands, and there is the batsman having to go. The celebration from John goes up because I think that would be his third wicket. Would it be? Yes, that's a third wicket to Jada John. And the Trinidad and Tobago team slipped to 59 for 5. But always under pressure because chasing a massive total like 220 overs, you've got to get off to, here he goes again, looking to, you can see him deliberately looking towards the onside, and once the ball made contact with the batsman, turning his gaze to where the ball actually was traveling. He wasn't initially looking in that direction because it wasn't meant to go in that area, but the catch made simple, and it just tossed the fielder and the bowler high-five each other. Congratulations to John picking up his third wicket. Trinidad in trouble, further trouble.
It's true. He should have gone straight instead of trying to cross that one. But as you said, Wayne, scoreboard pressure. For the time you look up and realize you're chasing a massive total, 202 for victory, immediately you're under pressure to get a good start. That's where it starts from. John, as he's up and he bowls this one, and it's, oh, caught behind, yes he is. Outside the off stump. The ball was steered more or less straight to the keeper, and that's a 6 wicket down for Trinidad. That is Juggerhan. He's out for 20, and Trinidad are in further trouble at 59 for 6.
Well, Riley bowled well. We don't know, we really wouldn't know how much of a batter he is. I actually heard that nick from here, Don, as we see him settling the delivery, coming down just back of a length, coming onto the front foot, looking to guide it away behind square on the offside and getting the outside edge, guilty of not actually trying to get behind the ball. You know, the coaches always tell you, especially early in innings, keep the ball in front of you, and guilty of not getting behind the ball, looking to run it away down to third man and presenting just half of the bat. And the ball just wanted a nick through to the keeper. As we see it from behind the bowlers, the view of the bowler outside the yard stump, wide is a good bounce too. That ball actually did take off once pitching, but much too wide for a batsman not using his feet to get across the wicket, and a simple catch to the keeper.
Good catch by the keeper as well. So the new batsman is Joseph.
This Trinidad innings in dire need of repair, either or else we can be out of here fairly soon. Remember, the tournament continues tomorrow, Don. Struck on the
There's
pad.
a P for LBW. The umpire says not out. Probably sliding down the leg side. Yes, tomorrow the venues, St. Catherine's as well.
Bayfield.
Bayfield, as in Bayfield and St. Philip. Beautiful parish of St. Philip. Always a beautiful atmosphere there. The Philippines, as you would say, they do love and enjoy and understand the cricket. So no doubt the crowd there should be a pretty good one.
No, the Republic of St. Philip, they tell me.
As they would say.
They call themselves.
Oh yeah, but a beautiful parish. John is in with Jagamont, and he's swinging down the leg side, no contact, taken by the keeper, but nevertheless, wide signal by the umpire. One more to the total, taking it on to 61 for 6. Yes, they do love their cricket there. They'll be out in their numbers, no doubt, with their eats and their drinks, and it's really a party atmosphere whenever you go to St. Catherine's in St. Philip. Still John, who's in a beautiful spell. Up to bowl to Joseph, who's driving beautifully. The man at long off comes around, feeds cleanly. Good looking shot for 1. Takes the score on to 62. On the front foot, to the ball pitched up, driving beautifully.
So Jug Mahon, though, ever since he's come to the pitch, Don has appeared to be batting on a completely different wicket to the other Trinidadian players.
Oh yeah, he looks easy. He looks a busy player as well. Looking to score, not only boundaries, but 1s and 2s. Every chance he gets to score, he's looking to do that.
He's only faced 9 deliveries and he's 21 already.
Looks pretty busy. John from the north. Tip to Joseph. That's a good delivery in the block hole. Can do nothing but defend. That's the end of the over. And I can tell you that the Trinidad and Tobago side in pursuit of 202 for victory, are 62 for 6, and in dire straits here at Weymouth.
Well, John looking like a man who is really enjoying his game. He's got the results behind him, and I guess there's nothing better for a player than to see success. And he's really oozing with confidence at the end of that third over. Still has an over left, and he's already picked up some 4 wickets for 13 runs and has bowled his St. Vincent and the Grenadines team onto the brink of what looks like is going to be quite an easy victory.
Indeed, a very good spell from him. Also backed up by the other bowlers as well. Lewis in his last over was a bit expensive, but apart from that, it has been a good performance by the bowling unit thus far. It's going to be Bibi.
Yeah, Bibi who started.
Romario. Yeah, Romario Bibi. He comes back from the south, replaces Lewis, who's a bit expensive in his final over. And he's going to be bowling to Chakmahan. Oh, that one is played to the uppishly to the fielder at Gully, who went around a bit to his right. Could take the catch, but it was uppish in the air for a little while, and the fielder thought he could have gone there, but it was a bit too far from it, resulting in only 1 run to take the score on to 63. Crowd continues to grow away in a pretty decent crowd to my right, also to our left, where the patrons are here with their chairs and the tables and the drinks and the food. A magnificent atmosphere.
Well, nice family atmosphere. I've seen a few kids around. So nice family environment it has proven to be, and that is what we expect to see for the duration of the tournament as it goes around the island, the various grounds at which they will play. We've got the Bayfield ground. We also have some games at Woodburn, the other part of St. Philip, the southern part of St. Philip, BNOC Sports Club.
And this one is struck down to the fielder who comes in from the long on position, keeps it down to 1. Taking the score on to 64. Yes, indeed, Wayne, as we travel around the beautiful Barbados.
Even going as far, even going inland to the middle parishes, that Lears cricket ground, which borders both St. George and, as a matter of fact, that ground is on a position where it's close to St. Michael, close to St. George, and also close to St. Thomas.
Thomas, yeah. Beautiful ground, Lears. He does a magnificent job. This one is flashing outside the off stump. Makes no contact through to the keeper. Delivery just slightly foolish. He tried to hit it in the area of cover, made no contact, and a good take by the keeper. No addition to the score. That's Brown, the keeper. This one, he got on the edge on it, but he's gone as far as third man short. Looking to swing for the hills, no doubt. Trying to make up in terms of some much needed runs, trying to see if by some miracle they can get themselves back into this game.
Well, as you said, it's going to take a miracle and nothing else.
Bibi. Oh, beaten outside the off stump. A good over so far.
Enough to give you an idea what the task at hand is, Don. The current run rate is 6.51 runs per over. With some 10 overs left after this ball, they need to score at 13.57, which is quite a lot of getting.
That is certainly a big task. And he's hitting this one high in the air. The fielder comes in to cover and he takes an easy catch. And that's another wicket down for the Trinidadian side. Easy catch in the end. And Bibi has taken the wicket. 64 for 6, I make it.
64 for 7, no?
For 7. Easy catch. And the Trinidadian side sink further and further down. And I'm telling you, as you see here on the replay,
not to the pitch of the delivery, still going through the drive, getting it high out to extra cover. The fielder there, for a minute there, he seemed to have misjudged it. Then we saw him accelerate to come forward, and eventually took an easy catch, chest high, under the chin, in the approved fashion, and another wicket gone.
And after the break, that's the 10th over gone, 64 for 7 win. And you can talk us through those wickets as we break here. 64 for 7.
That's Brandon Ramdial, caught Maloney, bowled John for 12, Ronaldo Sammy run out for 15, sold down the river by his partner.
Quite needlessly.
If ever there was a man sold down the river. Brian Earwood was caught by Hooper of John for 10. Karen Simmons was caught by John of Lewis. Othniel Lewis, it was Simmons going for 1. Darius Basai leg before wicket to John, no score. Nicholas Jagmohan, the last batsman, dismissed, caught by John. So we have a little scrub of the scorecard. Yes, so here we have it again. Jagmohan caught by John of Bibi for 22. Michael Riley caught by Brown of John for no score. He just got 1 ball. And those are the 7 wickets dismissed. Justin Joseph is not yet off the mark. And Aaron Francis will begin his innings when play resumes after the refreshment break. The bowling, Darius Martin, none for 10 from 2 overs. Romario Bibi, 1 for 16 from 2. Othniel Lewis, 1 for 23 from 3. And the man of the moment, the man who can do nothing wrong, is J.D. John, 3 overs, 13 runs, and 4 wickets. And for good measure to Don, he's also taken a couple of catches.
Yeah, beautiful performance from him today. He started well. He generated a lot of pace. He was accurate 98% of the times. And he looked as though he really came today to perform. He meant business from ball 1. And it paid off in the end for him with those 4 wickets.
Still got an over left as the players now get themselves together, getting ready to resume this final phase of today's action here at Weymouth. We've been blessed with brilliant weather all day. Nice cooling breeze coming across the ground, some cloud to help to protect us from the, well, not us where we sit. We've been sitting in the shade all day, but I can imagine what it is like for those in the middle and the spectators around the ground who would have appreciated the cloud cover and the nice gentle breeze that we've been enjoying all afternoon. As I love this picture that we look at though, Dawn, when we look out over the Halls Road area, the contour starts
beautiful.
to rise. I think where we're looking back here is in the area of the lower Pine area.
And Bibi's Gap straight up to Pine. To the Pine area.
Right into the back there by where the government house would be. And
yes, please. Beautiful, beautiful backdrop.
Yeah, lovely backdrop. I love this picture that I'm looking at here. Of course, Don, we talk about your area away to our left, more in the
Tweedside Road area.
It's the Tweedside and Carrington Village area. A famous district has produced a number of outstanding Barbadians over the years as John continues to bowl, and his first delivery is outside the off stump, so he's going to see this spell through. J.D. John, and the ball beating him outside the off stump into the gloves of wicket keeper.
Beautiful delivery.
So 64 for 7. I was talking about the Carrington Village area. Carrington Village produced one of the most outstanding Barbadians in the form of a man called George Lamming. A great novelist and a writer generally, and a fantastic thinker. Outside the off stump, looking to nudge this one away down behind the point.
Yes.
Doesn't make contact, does Joseph?
Yes, indeed, Wayne. To that effect, we have the primary school that was named
named after George Lamming.
This great
outstanding
man.
Barbadian.
Outstanding sportsman as well. People need likes of Victor Gas Clark, Gus Sandyford, Teddy Foster in terms of cricket as well. Jerry Goddard, these guys who have played for the Weymouth side here on Weymouth B. That's what we had to say.
Driving up to mid-off, quick single taken, well fielded. The return comes in, but the single has been had. Yes, you talk about Weymouth, and I look over there to the Weymouth B, which is basically as a sporting facility now defunct. But lots and lots of outstanding sportsmen produced right on that small field.
Yep.
You talk about Weymouth, you talk about Weymouth Wales, you talk about the most dominant football team there has ever been in the history of sport in the island of Barbados. And I go back and you talk about Victor Gas Clark, who I suspect arguably the best footballer ever produced in Barbados, as an all-round footballer done. This ball played into the onside. The batsmen take one. They're thinking of going for two. But such is the energy of this man, Joseph, that even in his fourth over, he's bowling the delivery and still sprinting after the delivery into the onside.
He seems to be super fit. Yes, when Victor Gas Clark, along with Anthony Daisy Clark,
his nephew,
easily two of the better footballers coming from Barbados and from the Carrington Village area especially. The likes of Malcolm Marshall, who would have played softball cricket on that same Weymouth ground there that we're speaking about, along with the Teddy Fosters, and my mentor and a great friend of mine who passed recently, may rest in peace, David Murray, also was one who would have traveled from Dean's Village, the nearby village, to come down to these pastors, to play on evenings. So it's seen a lot of talent, it's seen a lot of good people who've passed through these areas, the Carrington Village area, the Weymouth area, as far back as Dean's Village, coming from these parts.
Are you old enough to remember when Weymouth Wales used to be New South Wales, though?
Of course. I'm fortunate to have had some of the good years. I was born in 1968, so I'm fortunate to have some of those good years.
You lived through those 70s.
Yes.
Which I still say are the best years ever had.
Beautiful.
As a country in Barbados. John continues from the northern end and bowls this one back of a length. The batsman transferring his weight, starting on the front foot and then pushing back Joseph back along the wicket on the onside. And there is no run. And there was also a time when they were sponsored and called Panam Wales.
Panam Wales.
Yes,
and in those days, the crowds were massive to watch these football those matches. So as I said, I was fortunate to have some of those good sporting times watching the likes of those guys.
John with his final delivery is seeing Joseph working it into the onside. The batsmen go quickly for one. They're thinking of coming back for a second, but good work from that man coming in off the boundary at long on, keeps it down to one. So here it is. I think a round of applause would have been due to Jedi John. Fantastic spell of bowling, 4 overs, no maiden, 16 runs, 4 wicket. He bowled 1 wide, 13 dots. His economy rate read 4 runs per over. He conceded 0 boundaries, no 4s, no 6s. Fantastic stuff from this man, J.D. John. It will take a lot for somebody else to be able to snatch the Man of the Match award from him.
Certainly a magnificent spell from John, full of energy. He was accurate most of the times. He was sprinting around even while he was bowling. A good turn of pace, a magnificent spell, and it's going to take a lot to beat this for the remainder of the tournament. I'm telling you, it was a magnificent spell.
Romario Bibi, a big man bowling from the southern end. Broad shoulders, thick girth, not necessarily bowling at express pace, but does have a turn of speed. He'll be bowling to Justin Joseph. And pitches this one at the bowler. The ball driven down through mid-on. Easy single taken.
You know, there's some bowlers that, even though they're coming from a short run, as we say in cricket terms, they bowl a heavy ball. So it's difficult, really, to score off of them.
To get the ball off
Oh yeah, get the ball off the square. As I say, the ball a heavy delivery.
Here he is again, Bibby. And this delivery is outside the all stump, pitches and takes off on pitching. Groping outside the all stump is Aaron Francis. Aaron Francois, the new batter to the wicket. Just only his second delivery he would have faced. 68 for 7 the total. This is over number 12. Number 12 of 20. Remember, of academic interest, the target, 202. With the St. Vincent and the Grenadines making 201 for 9 after being invited to bat. Delivery, tucking up the batsman, playing it well though in the onside of the pitch, picking up a single, bringing the fielder from that very short, straightish mid-wicket position around to his left. The bowler can't get around, so the single is easily had. And the strike rotated down to 69 for the loss of 7 wickets. A lovely afternoon. Joseph is driving in the air. The ball is going to bounce well in front of the long off fielder, who waits for the ball to bounce into his hands. So another single. So we're just going through the formalities here, it appears, up to this stage. One would very much find it difficult to see the Trinidadians really mount a challenge from this position. Still 132 runs away. And he's having to keep this one out of his wicket, the batsman Francois. That one keeping us slightly low, skidding on to the batter. But he's been in position, keeping his eyes on it, and handles it quite adeptly. Back along the pitch to the bowler there again is no runs. It remains 70 for the loss of 7 wickets. Pitching up, looking for the drive, struck on the pad, appeal from the bowler. The batsman goes through for 1 run, it appears, so he did get some bat onto that one. Did Joseph. And the single off the final delivery. So it's now 71 for 7 after 12 overs. 131 runs required at a rate of 16.38 runs per over the next 8 overs.
Very good over there to finish. Most of the deliveries were on target, making it difficult for the new batters who are in to score. And as you quite rightfully said, Wayne, it is all done and dusted here. 71 for 7. I don't see how the Trinidadians can find themselves out of this one. I think the Vincentians have played really well and really deserves to go on to win this one.
So Benetton Stapleton, who hasn't had a bowl so far, the 5th bowler introduced by the captain of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police team. As his first delivery, Stapleton is pitched upon the off stump. The batsman Francois are looking to get onto the front foot and drive, hits it hard into the pitch. It goes bubbling back along to the bowler. There is no run. 71 for 7. Sun comes back out to greet us. Umpire Tate standing, hands folded across the chest. Wide delivery, could have seen that coming. Don, if you watched the bowler, you would have seen him start to chip
a
as
bit,
which suggested that he had lost his run, and what was the end result was a wayward delivery wide of the off stump. You can almost see it coming.
You see it from early. He began to just chip a bit.
Stapleton. Again, he's going to run in, turns. A lot more in control with his run up this time. Gets this one much better on target. Just outside the awesome. Has the batsman playing and missing.
Kept a bit low as well.
Well, yes, but he'd be quite happy with that delivery. He did get it all together on that at that point. Not bowler with any great degree of pace, just a stiff medium pace. I think you can classify him.
And you know when some bowlers like a free end, this one it might be a little challenging because of
having
the,
to run up
so
a
some
slight
bowlers,
slope.
Slight slope. They prefer
Only yesterday,
a free end.
I actually officiated, umpired a game, and I saw such a situation where we had to get back to it again as this delivery is striking him. I think it's actually hit the bat, did it? Or it's through to the keeper. Let me see, they run one. The umpire signals bite, so in fact the ball actually touched nothing but the keeper's glove, but it was a delivery close to the all stump, just passing the all stump, and the batsman completely beaten, and also the wicket keeper. But yeah, I saw a situation where a bowler bowling from the free end complained that it was too free. He wanted to bowl from the end where he had to run up the hill. And then in the other innings, I saw a bowler complain that up the hill was a bit too difficult for him. He preferred the free end. Full toss, head out towards mid-on, and fielded only a single.
And sometimes too, wind has a lot to do with the direction the wind is coming from. That will affect, especially some slower bowlers. So it's not just as easy as running up. A lot goes into it as well, as far as the bowler is concerned.
I can also remind our viewers that Don Lovell is a qualified coach. Qualified at what level, Don?
Level 2.
Onto the front foot, stroked into the outside. Thoughts of going for a run, the return, misses the stumps at the striker's end. Had it struck, he would have been all gone. Running, taking off for a non-existent single, pushing the delivery straight up to the fielder at extra cover and taking off. The man having a shy at the stumps and missing. Because he didn't have the time to wait. The keeper would not have gotten up in time.
So he did the correct thing and only just missed it by a quarter of varnish, as they would say.
So Don Lovell, a qualified level 2 coach.
Yes, please.
As delivery on the off stump, looking for that big drive again. Again, all he can do is squeeze it hard into the ground. A very, very economical first over from Benetton Stapleton. Only the 3 runs coming off it. 74 for 7 at the end of 13, the Trinidad and Tobago total.
Yes, indeed, a very good over from the southern end, from the northern end. On target, the batsmen find it difficult to quote. One, they've now arrived at the pitch, so to bowl as straight as possible is always very, very important. But at 74 for 7, as I told you before, the writing is all over the wall, and we're looking for an extension in the wall so we can put some more writing. Trinidad and Tobago side have been completely outplayed in this one.
That required run rate has now elevated to 18.29 runs and over as a Yorker length delivery dug out by the batsman Joseph. He gets a single as Bibby is unable to make his way back across the pitch to intercept the ball. So one more to Joseph. He creeps up to 7. The Trinidad and Tobago total crawls up to 75 for 7. And Bimmy will now bowl to Francois. Francois off 10 runs off all of some, 3 runs off all 10 deliveries. Plays a nice shot. Strokes this one into the offside. Coming back for the second run as his ball is not fielded cleanly by the man, by the sweeper coming in off the boundary. Nice flowing drive on that occasion by Francois, easing onto the front foot. All the 7s now, 77 for 7.
So Francois seconds. As a big, a tall man is fighting over. As he makes his way in now. So both the Francois getting this one up to the other, the upper puck region.
Single, so singles won't do it for the Trinidadians.
I see them out morning training very hard, but today they didn't come to the party at all. They didn't come to the party in no form, no fashion. And
Bimmy back at the top of his mark.
top of his mark. Is Billy makes his way in the water.
Oh, it's a short delivery, steered away into the outside, going for a single. The return comes in, misses the stumps at the striker's end. No overthrows as the non-striker Francois having to run all the way past the wicket. As a matter of fact, it was Joseph, the non-striker, scrambling to get into his ground.
So 78 for 7 and over number 14. Looking to get up 202.
Still some indecision in the running lane. Still yes, no, yes, no. But the throw went to the wrong end. So all is well that ends well.
Was another good delivery, cramping the batsman for room, following the batsman as we saw Joseph making as if he wanted to tail away to the leg side, and I think the bowler detecting that, bowling the ball close to him and cramping for room, pushing it back along the wicket. So good thinking stuff here from Bibby. On his toes, turns at the top of his mark with that Weymouth B ground in his back behind him. Pitching up, looking for a drive, a bit of fancy footwork from the bowler. Doesn't allow, well, they're going to get the second run quite easily, no, because it's not picked up cleanly. The second run was always a possibility, but it became so much easier when the fielder didn't pick it up cleanly. 2 runs at the end of that over for Joseph. He goes up to 9, and at the end of 14, 80 for 7, 20.33 runs per over is the new requirement.
Yes, indeed, impossible, one might say. Not a bad over from Bibi. The batsman trying for all his worth to see if they can pick up some much needed boundaries, but the bowling has been consistent and has been consistently good. They hit some decent areas all day long, and when I'm going to make a bold statement here today, I'm going to tell you it's going to take a lot. Even though it's the first game that I'm seeing this Vincentian side, it's going to take a lot to beat these guys.
At the moment, Stapleton down the leg side. The wide is going to be the signal from umpire Tate. 1 more to the total. That wide. So just getting it a bit wrong, getting it much too straight. As a matter of fact, beyond straight down the leg side.
As they say on delivery, just collapsing a bit, and this arm comes down, angled down to the leg side. Body comes right around, and that throws the ball down the leg side.
But yes, Don, we haven't seen a lot of the other, well, a number of sides so far. We would have seen Barbados and the BVI today. They're coming back for a second runner once again. Not picked up cleanly by the man coming in from long on. Again, the cardinal error of taking the eyes off the ball before having it in your grasp. I am not actually a qualified coach, Don, but I beseech all of my charges, especially the younger ones. Cricket is about me ball. The only person who is not constantly having to have their eyes on the ball is the bowler, as is Stapleton at the moment. And as a matter of fact, once it leaves his hand, he's also got to be focused on the ball. Cricket is a game about being focused on the ball at most of the time.
Yeah, you're correct, Wayne, but you were one who played for a long time and you understand the game. So even though you have not gone into actual coaching, you're still knowledgeable about the game. So you can afford to make those statements, and you're absolutely correct, Wayne.
Pitched up on the legs, looking to work it into the onside. The ball ends up at short turn man. The return hits the direct one, hits the stump, and left stranded in the middle as Aaron Francois. Excellent work by the man there at short turn man. The ball, actually, I think he lost the ball, Francois, not knowing where it went. Straight out of his crease. The man just came in, having all 3 stumps to look at, and picking out the middle stump. Francois' long, miserable vigil has been brought to him, and then he makes his way back to the pavilion. Run out for 8. Trinidad 83 for 8, halfway in the 15th overs, and we see this again, looking to work it into the onside. Not sure where the ball had gone, taking off for a non-existent single. The man comes in from short third man, having all the time and 3 stumps to aim at and picking the middle stump out of the ground. And Francois could only turn and head to the pavilion. As a matter of fact, head to the dressing room where he's going to shed his gear, get a quick bath, and get ready for the after-match ceremony.
Again, Wayne, it speaks to partnerships, battling partnerships. Now, obviously, Francois will not have known where the ball was. For the non-striker, he can see everything that is happening. So the onus is on you to say no as loud as possible. Go back in your ground. No, no. So he can look around. But again, indecision in the Trinidadians in the running. From the first over, this has been happening. And again, another wicket just gifted away to the Vincentian side, who gleefully accepted it, obviously, as they want to wrap up as soon as possible so they can head to the shower and have a drink.
Well, at 83 for 8, the question is, will Trinidad be able to bat out the 20 overs? Ball, first ball! Off stump, locked out, playing back, beaten for pace, excellent delivery from Stapleton, and that man Damian Brown, he came, he had a peek, and he's back to the pavilion. A fantastic delivery. That ball just was a bit too much for the batter.
Yes.
In this particular case.
Certainly, Wayne, you batsmen in, you advise your bowlers full and straight. Full and straight. They've now come to the crease, as you see here.
Stapleton pitching it. The ball actually doing a bit from outside the arm stump, coming back slightly, pitching just outside off, going through the gate, and comprehensively clean bowled is young Brown. Here he is, playing on the back foot, and the ball coming in between the bat and the pad and hitting the top of all stump. The perfect dismissal. You coaches always like to tell bowlers about hitting the top of all.
Oh yeah, beautiful delivery. Too much for young Brown. Good delivery to get first up. We've now come to the crease. Nothing is happening in terms of movement of the feet, nothing like that. As you see here.
Looking slightly forward, then he goes back. The ball actually coming in from outside the off stump on pitching. And beautiful picture it makes for any bowler to see that off stump knock back. Bill sent flying. And now Stapleton is on a hat trick.
As they say, caught in between, neither forward nor backward. You will pay the price 98% of the times for that. But a good delivery to get coming first up. And he's on a hat trick, you said? Yes, he is.
Yes, he is on a hat trick. The question was whether they would see out the 20 overs or whether they would actually get to 3 figures. Looking rather doubtful now as we wait for the hat trick ball. Oh, he got that one so wrong. Wide down the leg side. Into the boundary for 4 wides. So it all went all right for Stapleton with that delivery. Don, you're the coach. Tell us what went wrong there.
He was thinking about the hat trick. That's what he was thinking about. Instead of thinking about everything that's out of your mind, my job is to bowl full and straight. That's all you got to think about now, full and straight. You don't think about hat trick. Don't think about celebrating a hat trick. Don't think about nothing else but bowling full and straight.
Don, I must apologize for misleading you and our viewers for thinking about, because the previous wicket had been a run out, in fact. I just know it was 2 wickets and 2 balls. And
correct.
Yeah, so
it was the run out.
I must correct myself, and of course apologize to you and to our viewers. Short delivery, looking to punch it to the offside. The ball comes off the inner half of the bat, runs away out to mid-wicket. The bowler goes in pursuit. The man comes swooping in from the deep mid-wicket position, and the batsman can only get 1. So it's 90 for 9. And that last man coming to the wicket, Amir Khan, gets off the mark.
Can they get to 100 win?
Well, they can. The likelihood is very, very minuscule, I would say, judging by the way that these Vincentian bowlers have been going, coming across this wicket and working this one. Looking quite accomplished there. Joseph, he played that delivery up to the deep mid-wicket position. Gets a single to take the total to 91 for 9 with some 5 overs left after this. And they've reached the point of the 15th over. And Trinidad and Tobago now with 111 runs to complete a very, very unlikely victory. I would dare to say almost impossible. But again, in this game of cricket, I don't like to use words like impossible and never. I've been bitten too many times by this wonderful game to fall into that trap, Don. 91 for 9.
I think on this occasion you can safely use that word, impossible. 91 for 9 and staying down the barrel. I'm telling you, it's all done and dusted. The bets out if they would get to 100. Some people around are saying yes, some people are saying no. I'm going to say yes, they're going to get to 100, Wayne.
Well, Dylan Douglas to bowl the 16th over, replacing Dylan Romario Bibby at the southern end. Bibby 4 overs, 26 runs and the wicket, so he has done his lot for the day as far as bowling is concerned. So it looks like right arm off spin Dylan Douglas. Flights this one up, going for a big swing, hits the top of the off stump. That brings us to an end. Innings completed, easy like Sunday morning. Never mind, it is Sunday afternoon, late Sunday afternoon. Trinidad and Tobago all out for 91, and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team romping to a massive victory by all of 110 runs, 4 overs and 4 balls still left to be bowled. The last man dismissed would have been Joseph, bowled by Douglas for 10. Amir Khan left not out on 1, and the Trinidad and Tobago innings comes to an end after 15 overs and 2 balls flighted up. There is Joseph going for the big hit, and the ball past the bat into the stumps. Wicketkeeper just turns and heads to the pavilion to indicate to all and sundry that the Vincentians have gotten home, and they've gotten home by a very, very wide margin.
Indeed, a magnificent performance from the Vincentian cricketers. From the beginning, when they were asked to bat, they really looked the part in terms of batting in partnerships. Not only were they aggressive in their stroke play, but in terms of the running between the wickets, it was magnificent to see. And the communication was magnificent. You can tell that they are a unit who are accustomed to playing with each other, and they look really good while they were batting, and they batted deep as well. When it was their turn to bowl, you can see them in the field. The aggression was there again. They were preventing the ones, they were saving the twos, and they were in the field, and they were energetic, and they were actually enjoying their cricket. And no doubt, this result tells me that this is a team, even though it's the first game, it is a team to watch. A magnificent game by the Vincentians, and they solely deserve to be winners today, Wayne.
A well-oiled machine, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines police team, and really purring, working perfectly as they totally dominated the Trinidad and Tobago police service team. But let's run through the scorecard for you for one last time. The Trinidad and Tobago set 202 for victory in 20 overs. Saw Brandon Ramdale caught by Maloney of John for 12. Ronaldo Sammy was run out for 15. Brian Airwood caught by Hooper of John for 10. Caron Simmons caught John Bull Lewis 1. Darius beside leg before wicket to John, no score. Nicholas Jugmahan caught John Bull Bibby 22. Michael Riley caught Brown Bull John, no score. Justin Joseph Bull Douglas for 10. And Aaron Francis run out to Martin for 8. Damian Brown bowled by Stapleton, no score. And eventually extras being 12. 1 by 2 leg byes and 9 wides. 91 all out in 15.2 overs. Darius Martin 2 overs for 10 runs. Romario Baby 4 overs 26 runs. A wicket. Othniel Lewis, 3 overs, 23 runs, also a wicket. Bennington Stapleton, 2 overs, 13 runs, 1 wicket. Dylan Douglas, just the 2 balls, picking up a wicket for no run. But the man of the moment, the man of the innings, the man of the match, as far as I am concerned, would have been Jide John, who picked up his 4 wickets, 4 for 16 from 4 overs. Andrew Mason, a comprehensive victory and a clinical performance by the SVG team.
Yeah, and I think when you look at what we've seen from them today, what would suggest that they're going to be a pretty tough side. Batted very deep, as you said, when we were on doing commentaries, and I thought they were very efficient with their bowling as well. And it really sets up, you know, although we just completed the first day for a wonderful tournament. The action continues tomorrow, actually. In fact, we're going to be up at Bayfield tomorrow, and we will be on air just before 10 o'clock. And we're going to be streaming those matches for you. And it should be interesting to see what happens as far as that is concerned. In fact, St. Vincent and the Grenadines will be playing Antigua and Barbuda tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And then we're going to be streaming another big game. The Barbados team will be playing against the Cayman. That game is going to start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's on Monday. And of course, we're going to be having matches throughout the week. And we're going to be having the grand final on April the 10th. We're looking forward to that. It's been a wonderful day of cricket. The action started in brilliant weather in Bridgetown just before 10 o'clock. And the comprehensive victory by the Barbados side, really performing extremely well against the British Virgin Islands. 94 for 4. That was the score from the British Virgin Islands. And they were really questioned and in the end arrested by the Barbados side. Clinical performance, a brutal one as well. 98 for 4 from their 10 overs and 4 balls. It happened in quick time. And then we saw St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as we spoke about it, batting very deep, making a challenging 201 for 9 from their 20 overs. And Trinidad and Tobago, I suppose they would have to get some roti from Frederick Street in order to have won this battle. They didn't really. And in the end, it was a very ordinary performance from them. In the end, it was 91 all out in 15 overs and 2 balls, with the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team winning and winning big. So as I said, the action continues tomorrow at 10 o'clock. We'll be streaming these games for you. We want to thank all those who participated today. Of course, it's going to be Barbados up against the Cayman. That game is scheduled for 2 o'clock tomorrow. And then we get on the way early in the morning at 10 o'clock when the St. Vincent side will play against Antigua and Barbuda. And that game promises to be a very good game indeed. We hope you enjoyed our commentaries half as much as we enjoyed presenting to you. Andrew Mason, on behalf of the team for the final time, saying goodbye from the Weymouth Sports Club, just the outskirts of the nation's capital.